Marvin.
I have seen him yet.
We don't want to fight.
Si j'avais changé jazz qui just passé là, yo rangé tout petit tout qui est neuf là, just pour la petite jazz. Même place là, yo de gars pour ça à l'enchasse, dit papa il baille pour faire on a pas droit de yo rangé petit morceau de d'ailleurs because j'étais voulé, c'est Jean jazz là passé là. C'est Jean Marchand, c'est Jean Marchand. C'est Jean Marchand allé, yo dit c'est première fois un bon bagage fait marchand, because you mean jazz. Les jazz fini, joue jazz fini, demain bon matin, yo ta assis dans yo en les chimères. C'est pas un yé, il fait bail. Yo pas fin bon, office à fait. Yo pas bon, vous l'avez tout supporté. Est-ce qu'on y a rien pour dire c'est bon là, because vous voulez les fêter, ou même ça vous voulez les fêter. Oui. Comment il peut dire mon nom si regardez moi depuis il y a tellement bien également il quand je peux appeler comme ça. Voyons mon projet avec. Allez dans l'ombre d'autres, all the time. Après on va avoir un. Alors il y a pas une ouais. Bébé, ça a gardé beaucoup aujourd'hui. Il a gardé beaucoup aujourd'hui. La fête pour la pièce moun ici. Mais comme ça, mon taxi driver, les montées comme qui est pavé, et bien aïe au monde. Depuis moi je suis arrivé à Western Union, la ligne Western Union, il descend à l'électrique. Depuis qu'il t'a pièce Mounsa qui s'est allé Western Union. Vous savez qui ça? We don't want white people. We don't want white people in our country. Bon, c'est white people ça passe après l'argent à payer service. Et puis aujourd'hui, à ma café, dit tout ces gens qui l'autre pays. Forget about cette ici. Pas de sanctions ici, vivre misère. Espérez élection passée pour nous tirer, gouvernement massacre là. Et gens qui ont des sanctions ici, viennent célébrer et puis nous.
Yes, that's right.
All right. Bon, c'est mon nom qui baille l'argent qui merci. Papine, Naivi et exotique Africa.
Ok.
C'est ça. Nous pas monsieur ça aller à la bouche. Those are not like
several supporters around the country to work for democracy. Teaching to us
from you. And for the past 2 years, We have seen God has shown us the life of
I my darling, I'm here to support my political leader, opposition, Sir Alan Shastney, and my party to remove Claudius and this party, SLP. Taking them out from there. They're too wicked. Yes. That's what I have to say. Take them out. Victimizing people.
That's what they use on the poor people. They use that against us to govern.
They victimized the sergeant that was in the house. You transferred it for.
There are a bunch of bullies inside of there and they need to go. They need to go. The poor people need to understand that labor was never and will never be for them. Never be for them. They will never be for the poor. If they look around them, other elites right now, they are the ones that is controlling the country. And where is the poor man? Where is the poor man? Nothing for the poor man. The inflation in the supermarket is unbelievable. It's unbelievable, and these people are not working. The poor people are not working, but the government is still taking from them. They're still taking everything that they have. So that means you take with taxation. By the end of this possible life, they don't have $1 to account for.
Yes, good morning, St. Lucia, and good morning to the world. I am here today in full support of the leader of the opposition and to match for our democracy. Today in St. Lucia, we cannot live the life that we want to enjoy because the government is on in our pockets, the government is on our toes, the government is on our back. I remember very well the amount of pressure that Alan Shastney went through when he was a prime minister. And every time it was about things have been too expensive, the minimum wage, and a whole set of things. Today, the very same people, and listen to me carefully, if you all have to take me to court, take me to court. This very same government that stole the election, I repeat, this government that stole the election, they cannot deliver on what they promise. Every day they go to the house is Alan Shastney. I remember very well at the school at Marigo, when they had a convention in 2013, Richard Frederick and the rest was on the back of Alan Shastney. They didn't want Alan Shastney. Everything was Alan Shastney, Alan Shastney, Alan Shastney. They got in, and I want people to go back to the House of Parliament every sitting that they have had from since they came in 2021. If there one sitting of the House that Alan Shastney's name has not been mentioned. Alan Shastney was out of state looking after his father's health. And the Labour Party said they're going to take his salary because he's not there. Today, Alan Shastney is in Parliament and they refuse to allow him to speak the way he's supposed to. Today, we are out to see that they remove this government there. By extension, we want Claude Diaz to remove as Speaker of the House because he's too biased. Et nous casser Zeli, Shastney casser Zeli, et qui passe jamais vie voler encore. My people, stay tuned. You will hear from other people because we have more things in stock today. Thank you so much.
We are too biased. We need
That was come up with the new force to ask.
Okay, and we first now is Ring the Bell, who's going to give us his piece on what's happening here today in the Creole version.
Sonne cloche ka di bonjour pour tout maman ici et puis tout maman la terre qui ka coûté. Bon matin, ça ka fait moi plaisir pour moi j'avais quantité moun qui ja sorti pour venir marcher et puis leader opposition nous monsieur Shastney nous venir marcher pour raison nous. Et puis moi ka encourager tout maman ici continuer travail. On nous continue à embrasser monsieur Shastney et puis pour nous Claudias Francis ça c'est monsieur speaker quitter kay parlement cette ici. Manière moi bagay ka dans pays cette ici pour le présentement qu'on un jeune homme ka levé, ça c'est en honteuse. Pour yon homme gagner une élection et puis en history nous pas jamais jouer ni comme ça. Au lieu pour ce nom là travail pays pour moun yo ka faire plus meilleur, yo en ka goumer contre leader opposition, ça c'est en honteuse. Et puis moi ça ka fait moi plaisir pour moi j'avais quantité moun qui j'ai assemblé bon office leader opposition pour nous ça goumer pour droit nous en pays ça là. Et puis Claudia 26 qu'on speaker à CCAC, il kay pour aller. Enough is enough. Claudius must go.
Thank you.
No, he pushing them in there. I want to know why they silence the media. Yes. I should go on and tell them that. They tell me look at them. No choice. The media silence, everybody silent. They're lying to the people.
First Officer Bastien,
Yes, sir.
Senior Officer, former officer, tell us why are you here today?
I am here today to support Mr. Chasney, our political leader. All right? He has gone through a lot with labor. All right? And because he loves us, he's here. He's not bound to be in that. You know, he can take care of himself. All right? But because of the love of St. Lucia and the St. Lucian, he's there. And I'm there to support him. And for Claudius Francis, I am showing my face on TV for him to leave this house because he's too biased, and give our political leader a chance in the house to speak and speak the truth. Stop taking advantage over him. When he's not here, y'all ask for him. When he's here, y'all don't want to see him in the house. And I'm there. I have been transferred for this UWP party as a police. They transferred me, victimized me. And now they have victimized the sergeant that was in the House of Assembly. They transfer her to Beaufort. All right? So I'm here to support my leader, Alan Chasney. Thank you, boss.
I just want to ask one question.
I am going to say, I should go. I said, if you edit what I say, then you are not. You need to say, let this pass.
Yo si men avantage yo ale yo wonje round about that. Yon de you know me and not pay. Est-ce que dit ça c'est justice?
Today is a special consideration, but there's one question that I would like to ask. I want to ask the government of St. Lucia, why is it that they silence the media from covering the news properly to the people of this country? In my opinion, the reason why you silence the media is to do whatever you want, to hide the wickedness that you are doing in government. You do not want the news to go out. You do not want people to know what is happening in your country. And this mentality, to me, it's communism, socialist, and that is it. You cannot stifle the media as a government. This is wrong, and we need to get the media back to speak on behalf of the people of the country, not on behalf of the government of St. Lucia. Thank you very much.
This is not protocol, all right? Because this is pure.
I speak of them. I don't trust me. I said there's
Today we come out today. Yes, I am. Today they not see no Chasney today. That's to respect that man today. Respect him. Yes.
Claudius,
must go.
all of them, the mongoose don't have
Oh yeah, they must go. Claudius must go.
full support.
Must go. Claudius must go. Claudius must go. Claudius must go. Claudius must go. Must go. Must go.
That's
Must
right.
go. Claudius must go. Claudius must go. All of them And then we say we want good laws. I don't want them to make this last day we go.
Claudius! Must go! Claudius! Must go! All of them! Must go! Labour! Must go! Who we want? Chastely! Who we want? Chastely! Claudius! Must go! Claudius! Must go! Coxazel! Must go! Coxazel! Must go! Granny E! Must go! Granny E! Must go! Subsewe! Must go! Deadwood! Must go! All of them! Must go! All of them! Must go! Claudius! Must go! Minister Atom! Must go! All of them! Must go! Claudius! Must go! Who we want? Chastely! Who we want? Chastely! Who we want? Chastely! Who we want? Chastely! Claudius! Must go! Claudius! Must go! Big Sticks! Must go! Big Sticks! Must go! Big Sticks! Must go! All of them! Must go! Labour! Must go! Labour! Must go! Who we want? Chastely! Demonan! Must go! 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 All of them! Must go! All of them! Must go! Every mayor! Must go! Every mayor! Must go! Musa! Must go! All of them! Must go! All of them! Must go!
Everyone in the house must go. We cannot get the rest
Since we know,
I am there in support. In support.
we need a man with a vision. We need a man that could save St. Lucia. We need Alan Chasney. We need Alan Chasney. There is a government right there with no vision, with no plan. All JP wanted to be is see himself as the Prime Minister of St. Lucia. Chasney not there anymore. He's not there. You there. Do what you have to do. It's your turn. You take the role, maintain it. Stop talking about Chasney. Do what you have to do. But all I know, you will be out pretty soon. SLP will be out pretty soon because they have no vision and no plan for St. Lucia.
Are you pleased with the turnout there this morning? Even if one person came, I'll be pleased. This is a very important walk. As I keep saying, this has nothing to do about Alan Chasney. The part that I had to do, I've done, which is every single time that this government attempts to take away my civil liberties, to take away the voice of the opposition, I will stand up to them. And it's time now for the people of St. Lucia to realize that this government has gone rogue. This government does not recognize the rule of law. This government has no respect for the Constitution. And this government is focused on two things. One is protecting the victory, and the other one is suppressing the people of this country. And that must come to an end.
This is your first return to the House since the incident, since your suspension. What sort of statement will you be making?
That I'm there, and that they cannot silence the voice of the opposition. The voice's opposition is protected in the Constitution. And the fact is, or the truth is, that this government is doing things that are suppressing people's economic success, suppressing people's rights, and we have to stop being silent, and we have to stand up. I'm hoping that through my actions, I've shown that the judiciary, the law is on our side, and we now must make sure that this government upholds the Constitution and protects the rights of the St. Lucians.
From this, what do you hope that this will be momentum for the United with the
It's already started. You can see everywhere you're going in this country that people are fed up with this government. And we're on the eve of this government trying to impose a 2.5% levy on the backs of the people of this country, which are already suffering. And it either is that these people are clueless when it comes to the economics and don't understand the plight of the people, or they're heartless. But it's one of the two.
because a lot of people are watching and even young children. What message do you want to leave them when you go to that house today?
That we have a constitution, and the constitution protects our rights, and we should not let anybody trample on them. I was accused on occasions during my term of being in breach of the constitution, and at no time did the opposition take us to court to prove that that was correct. I have taken this government to court several times and have won every single time. And it's time now for the people of St. Lucia to gain confidence that this government does not know what they're doing. And what we're seeing with the suspension of the Constitution when it came to the state of the emergency, the current Crime Suspension Act, which allows an ordinary police officer to simply walk into your house without a warrant. What's going on with the economy? They've stopped all the major projects. They have intimidated people in this country. I mean, when a minister of government can go on his show and threaten journalists and threaten a managing director of a bank, and everybody is going to remain silent in this country, cannot happen.
We have a speaker and a set of parliamentarians who do not respect the democracy in this country. This is not just about Alan Chasney going back to the house. This is about St. Lucians standing up for the democracy that our forefathers fought for. This Labour Party is destroying the fabric of this society. Everything that we stand for as a people is being destroyed by the Labour Party. The blatant abuse of power in the Parliament by the Speaker of the House on more than one occasion is enough reason for all of St. Lucia to be out. And I am happy to see at 9 o'clock on a Tuesday morning, after a public holiday in St. Lucia, the people gathered here is just a small indication of how the rest of St. Lucia feels about what the St. Lucia Labour Party is doing in government.
Do you think a strong message is being sent to the Labour Party?
We really don't care what message the Labour Party gets. I don't care what message they get. What they need to know is that the people of St. Lucia are very unhappy about the abuse of the powers and the privileges of Parliament by this St. Lucia Labour Party. And that is what the people are indicating. And when you want to see the strength and power of United Workers' Party is when we call our people of St. Lucia, not just UWP, because I've seen persons there who I know did not vote for us in the last election, but they are here to demonstrate that, look, you need to respect the democracy in this country, and the parliament cannot be used for political advantage. The parliament must be seen to be fair to everyone, both on the opposition and on the government, and especially when the opposition is in the minority, in such a small minority, that even more leverage and latitude should be given. Why would the Labour Party be afraid of one
walking from here with our leader, with our future prime minister?
If you want to guide us, you would ask, look at what happened in Barbados. When we won all the seats, she gave the opposition
so that
the opportunity
no
to
one
at least choose senators and
will
do something.
stumble
Even if there was no opposition,
anything like that.
why in St. Lucia?
We
there are 2
declare
seats on the United Workers'
that
Party,
when
and you still try to
Alan Michael Shaste enters that House of Assembly, we declare that your power will precede him into the room. Yes. And all the hungry lions will tremble. You will shut their mouths. And the people will see that you are in charge. And that Alan Michael Shaste is not just in this just because he felt like doing it. He has been ordained and appointed by you for such a time as this. Lord, we declare that anyone who attempts to intimidate him or to use any sort of influence, undue influence, they will stumble and fall. They will fall. Hard. They will fall. Hard. And any time a finger is pointed at him, they will be pointing 3 fingers back at themselves. And they will expose themselves. All of them are corrupt. All of them are crooked. We declare today is a day of victory. We will shout.
That's a bit. Sorry. Yeah? Sorry. I don't know. We came from town. We came from okay. There is so.
Pardon?
This is a rogue government. This is a government that does not follow. This is a government and more importantly, they are destroying the livelihoods of the people of this country. And today, I think, is only just the beginning of what's going to be taking place from this moment onwards. see stand up here. I can never do this without the praise of God. And the strength that He gives to my family.
Hi, good morning.
7 TV News.
Yes.
So, today, tell me about today.
We are just thrilled.
It shows the might of persons and determination of persons who want to see a restoration of democracy in this country. We cannot allow one party, because of its mandate, to believe that 37,400 St. Lucians are excluded from the democratic system here in this country. It's not a one-party state. It is a two-party state, and we are proving to them the United Workers' Party is not dead. So they better watch out, because we're on our way back to governance, and that's what exactly we're going to prove to them, that we're coming back. Thank you. Et puis aujourd'hui, nous venons marcher, et puis M. Chassenet, nous venons goumer pour droit nous. Et puis moi, désapprêté en administration Philippe Jepierre, parce que là, Philippe Jepierre était opposition, il paye maman cette ici top langue d'où. Et puis à présent, même ces bagailles là, il promettent maman cette ici, il pas connaître délivrer. Là où nous apprêté yon speaker, kai parlement cette ici, et puis c'est pas yon coup, deux coups. Monsieur Kai Speaker a de respecter maman cette ici. Assez c'est assez. Et puis c'est pour ça aujourd'hui nous venons marcher pour nous goumer contre droit nous et puis leader opposition nous et puis pour nous faire commission ça by Philippe Jepierre. Là où ni ministre housing qu'a de respecter citoyen pays ça là à sous talk show. Ça c'est dérespectable et puis ça contre loi. Là où ni un ministre un gouvernement, il ni talk show en de TV station qu'a insulté citoyen pays. Ça c'est dérespectable et puis nous voulons Philippe Jepierre résigner position, nous voulons Claudia Francis résigner position, nous voulons Stephenson King, yo toute administration les bas parti ça là, yo ja fait le pays en dedans noissé et puis nous voulons mener monsieur Chassenet viré pour y tirer cette ici en la peine ça là. Merci.
What's an update? Give us an update on the demise of Sky FM.
Well, at the moment, we have resubmitted an application. Well, we're in the process of resubmitting an application. As you would know, that our first application was granted, so to speak, but after the 2021 elections, it was taken away. And for whatever reason, we don't know up until this day. So we're in the process of resubmitting an application. Although we have paid for the first one, we have never gotten our monies back. So we are still awaiting that $1,500. But we are in the process of resubmitting a brand new application, which is under another name. So we're hoping that we succeed with that. But in regards of what's going on today, I am really pleased to be a part of this because this is democracy at its best. The way we have seen this country being functioned, being operated for the last 22 months, sooner or later, this country will be taken away from us. And I am really pleased with the crowd today that the fact that so many people have showed up, not for Alan Chassenet, not for the political leader, not for the opposition leader, for St. Lucia. This is what this is about. These people on the other side have maintained dominance over our people, and we will not stand by and see our country being taken away from us.
Okay, let's go back to Sky FM.
Yes.
Where are you operating right now?
Well, we're still at on the John Compton Highway at the back of Colony House. Oh, absolutely. We're online, and if I give you some information, we are the world's #5 in online radio. Have you heard? For 2 years running. So we have a huge audience, and we are very pleased with that. I think this is the blessing of God, because it doesn't matter what mankind trying to do. If you put your belief and trust in God, you will prevail. So we're still all right. We have been listened to worldwide. Yes, you have a good day.
Claudius. I want to say this morning, I am so elated. I am happy to see the crowd that came out to support our democracy, not Mr. Shasney, our democracy. And I want to tell Claudius Francis that my God worked in mysterious ways, which none of them will not be able to understand. When he came to the parliament on the first day of his job, he called his sergeant and he told them, remove the barriers, because he thought that his people would have come and embarrassed Mr. Shasney. But today, my God is an awesome God, a good God. Today, the same whip they used to try and put down Mr. Shasney, that is what that is beating them there today. And the corruption that is going on in this country, it has to stop. It must stop. We have to restore good governance in the country for all. For the policemen that are afraid to speak, for the nurses that are afraid to speak, the teachers, our toddlers, the future of our country, our young children. We need to restore good governance for these children, the future of St. Lucia. The Labour Party have to go. They must go. The poor people need the break. Inflation is too much. We cannot take it anymore. They must go. Claudius have to go. The entire parliament inside of them, they are corrupt and they must go. We are not standing on corruption. We are not for corruption. We are there to build our country and to build it strong. Good governance for all, not for some. They must go. Claudius must go.
Okay. All right.
We're not going to make any noise. I was awarded post on 2 counts. I was awarded post for the first case that one. Who told you to move on?
So you're going to be...
Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon. I guess you want me to comment on what's the proceedings to this morning, right? And of course, I usually have a saying. I want the people in St. Lucia to know that too. Don't poke the bear. That's a very serious saying. And this morning, don't put ice in the veins. And these are two memorable sayings that they must never forget. You see, democracy is a funny thing. Democracy and freedom is a funny thing, especially in House of Parliaments. And that's why, you know, people must understand what they preach one time for a whole number of years in opposition, it'll come to haunt them. We see the behavior of the SLP many years ago. We see how they demoralized Rosemary Husbands, a wonderful speaker. You know, so now they come in a different direction, you know, with a hatred towards the political leader. I mean, we don't need to hate people if we want to do the business of the country. When we're doing the business of the country, no matter opposition or in government, we have to be very careful how we proceed in that sort of thing. You got beaten once, he got beaten once in the courts with a King's Counsel, and of course, it's going to happen again. So the question is, they're going to just keep spending the taxpayers' money to go after Alan Chastanet. Alan Chastanet is the political leader. He's not running the country. They already have using the footprint of Alan Chastanet. Maybe that's where the hatred is, or the jealousy, or the racism. But how could you talk about racism when we had a man for 3 terms who is whiter than Alan Chastanet, who took the historical image on plantations, who grew up around concubines? So you see what I'm saying? So pot calling kettle black, and that pot is going to get black all the time. It can never get white. But of course, for traditions and memories talk about a leader calling himself a little black boy, that's wrong. So it will come to haunt him too, a little black boy. So because you're a little black boy, you want to proceed to hunt on a visionary former prime minister that did so much for us. Look at Viewfort, perishing. Even the 200 workers of the terminal down there never got a paycheck for years. Is that a shame? This a man talk about a race course, and when the real deal came, he buckled. So why is he going to buckle? He's going to buckle because he's embarrassed. 25 years in as a political leader of impoverished, beautiful place, Viewfort South, and you just at a standstill, you stuck in the mire. That's a shame. And now you get into the house and you boisterous and barraging and boasting, and you are at a standstill with you and all your comrades. So what's the best thing to do? St. Lucians think now that this thing is just a political gimmick to spend our tax dollars. And when the people in St. Lucia are upset, what they give us a little hearty party. I got an invitation to the SLP, let the people in St. Lucia party. They forget their problems. You know, that's a good song by LTD. But we and citizens of this country, we have to wake up. ASS, the R, ARSS. It is critical that this government offers all 16 of them, and including the Attorney General, who are bewildered, sits down next to a Prime Minister, absolutely have nothing to say. But when the court cases come, he's going to be involved and he's going to be dealt a mighty blow. So the speaker must understand he's not a judge. He's a speaker. He has to be neutral on certain situations and not harass and hate a former prime minister because he's a chastity. We must remember, madam, that his father made women very popular in the supermarket where they never owned their own homes. And today, hundreds of them, some of them are still working at Massey's. We must never be ungrateful. And the man and his family, look at the former first lady, all she did to all the charities, the homes in St. Lucia. People are not watching these things. Look at the police force. They never had a proper toilet, never had a lounge. And today, they boast that. And it's very, very unfortunate. Let's go to the police, where the Royal Jail was. You promised the Rasta some sort of reparations, Emancipation Day. But that was the first kind of reparation that the former leader did. Broke down that dirty, decapitating, unmemorable jail. And that whole area, like all in the rest of the Caribbean, they have the judiciary, the police court, the police department, all in a row. So that's for Chesterfield to stand up where they are on the hill and look at a custody suite for criminals. Thank you very much.
Watch yourselves there. Watch yourselves. Hello. Hello. Yeah, take a drink. And the police right. Excuse me, can you just move back so that when the vehicle is, so it won't damage anybody? When the vehicle is.
Particularly waiting for the Minister for Information, who may drop by in some time, and the Prime Minister, as well as the Senior Minister, who may drop by as well. So as we await all, we were saying...
Yeah, I was saying that the upbringing that one has follows one in life. And in terms of the politicization or depoliticization or non-politicization in terms of parents and children. They also grew up in an era when parents paid their children to vote. I know of parents who would pay their children $20 to go and vote because they've turned 18. The child isn't interested in voting but would be paid to vote. There are also those who would be influenced to vote where their parents vote. In the case of the Springers, that would be difficult. It would have been difficult.
We are now getting this. Oh no, he's not. I thought. Okay, is he coming? All right. Okay. So the Speaker of the House of Assembly will be joining us sometime soon. But can you continue what you're saying?
So that in a situation where your parents support different parties, you know, the choice is to the individual.
I like that, you know, the paying of the vote. Well, the Speaker is
$20.
Yes. Okay. So. Okay, the Speaker has joined us, the Speaker of the House of Assembly, the Honorable Claudius Francis. So,
don't forget the G.
G has a lot of meanings these days. So, Mr. Speaker, we are reminiscing and paying tribute to Winston Springer. Do you care to assist us in reminiscing?
Well, certainly. Ever since I became Speaker, he has been part of the Parliament landscape, giving commentary on the proceedings. And what is interesting about Winston Sr.'s commentary, it wasn't just about what was happening. It was his sense of recall in juxtaposing what is happening against past events that would have occurred in a previous House. So, let's say a member would have said XYZ. Winston, because of his longevity, because of his knowledge, would be able to place that statement in the context of what somebody said in 1979, 1982, and that is what I marveled at. Of course, you can't take away his diction, that voice, and his eloquence.
As a CDC boy, let's get there.
Well, yeah, that's another area I knew him. Of course, I knew him from when I was a little boy, when they lived on Meekwood Street and I lived in the CDC. His youngest brother, Emmanuel, was my contemporary. So I used to be in the house on Meekwood Street ever so often, but more with Emmanuel than with Cletus. Cletus would have been contemporary of my older brother, and Winston would have been just before him. So it was really through Winston that I knew through Emmanuel that I knew the family, but I got to know them all very well lately. And of course, working with Winston Jr. at HTS for the last decade and a half, so made the bond even closer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do wish you a very successful sitting today.
Holding a moment of silence for him in the house.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll continue with our broadcast, and we're paying tribute to Winston Springer, my co-host, who passed a few days ago, weeks ago, and Earl Bousquet, veteran journalist Earl Bousquet, is here to assist me and talk about the life of Winston as a journalist, and well, of course, as a Castries boy, and so many Sumerian, and so many other things.
Yeah, I was saying that I remembered once, since he, in his post-retirement period, I told him that I asked him about his relationship with Winston Jr. and there's no Oliver Scott Sr., there's one Oliver Scott. and it's Oliver Scott Jr. And Winston was of the same view. There's no Winston Springer Sr. He was born Winston Springer, and his son, who was also born Winston Springer, had to have the appellate of Junior. But there is only one Winston Springer. And that is the Winston we knew. But back at school, like I said, at school the Springers had their own it's not a matter of detachment, but they had their friends, and their friends were of a particular circle, not just the CDC, but the Castries, middle to upper class thinking. You would slightly turn your head towards the camera up there, and that would okay. I thought it was one of those things because depuis là m'a try we ko camera m'a we c'est ko changer le mic TV cordless mic laisser pour la te cacher le camera de code là. Yes, but go ahead. But let's venture into the journalistic. That's where the two of you. Yes, in the 80s when I was a correspondent for Radio Antilles, I remember Julian Rogers thanking me for putting me in touch with Winston and Jeff Brady, who were two St. Lucians who really made their name on Radio Antilles, because for the sake of those who will not know, Radio Antilles was the most, it was in fact the most powerful radio station in the Eastern Caribbean, and it was listened through. It was a German-owned station, but with the strength across the region. And Winston Springer and Jeff Brady, particularly on Saturdays, expressed. They gave expressions of themselves that were hidden here, because in St. Lucia they were working at RSL, a state broadcaster, where there's a limit to which you can be yourself, and they used to ride the waves, like we said back then, on Radio Antilles. Winston's unique voice, accent, and delivery is one that has to be seen within the context of not something that he learned somewhere, not something that these are not things you go to school to learn. Radio, but that is why it is not something that one can emulate. You cannot tell somebody, try and sound like Winston. And that's why they call it the golden voice of radio. You cannot tell somebody, try and be like Winston. You can emulate his approach to his work. Would you call it a commanding voice? Yeah, I would say an attractive voice. If commanding has to be seen from the standpoint of dictation and dictating, but I think it was in radio sense, it was an attractive one you wanted to hear, one you wanted to listen to, and today one you can also see. And he has made that transition with us from the time when radio, when a journalist had to go on assignment with a bag, with a phone, a camera, notebook, mic, batteries, and the what have you. And today we have it all wrapped up in a telephone. And what that has done is that historically it has made the new entrants in the profession lazy. I don't know any other word to use but lazy, from the standpoint that it makes the job easier, and therefore too many take the easy approach of seeking an interview by phone call rather than going to the person. Seeking interviews online rather than going and talk to and meet the person. In our days, we would take a drive to Newport, and on the way back up, we'd hear all the stories on the bus about everything that's happening everywhere. Today, it's Facebook. So we have to. Winston did not fall into that trap, but Winston would also not be left behind in the technology. So I, who was on his WhatsApp group, on his list of WhatsApp, I used to get his WhatsApp messages. I wrote an entire article in The Voice called Winston's Last Post, in which I went through some of the posts that he left in his last week alive. And in those posts, one is able to see the wide range of his abilities.
Yes, well, we have the Honorable Minister for Commerce. Maybe she can just take a seat. We're paying tribute to Winston Springer. Yes, very quickly before the sitting begins.
Yes.
So I don't know if you have anything to say.
I even come in here. I mean, when I walked in, and the face is not there as usual, it's a very difficult feeling. But I want to say that Winston, when you look at the depth of his knowledge, that was one of the things in always having a conversation, how we can take a subject and bring it together. And I think we'll miss that asset. So I really hope we can, whatever knowledge or whatever documentary that he has put together, that we look at it, because that's what we are not doing enough. We are filing things instead of using things and educating.
Right.
Yes, and one of the things we can do is to maybe look at one of the promising young children and try to put an award after him so that they can get into the field of journalism in a big way. Yeah?
Yeah, good idea.
Good idea. So let's work on that, and I need to take this moment to express condolences to his family. Yes.
Thank you very much.
You are most welcome.
Really appreciate it for this as well. Yes. and do have a successful sitting today. All right. Yeah, we are here with we're paying tribute to Winston Springer, my co-host, who passed not too long ago, a few days ago, and it's actually the first sitting since his passing. It's the first time, and so we are being joined by the Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip J. Pierre, who is joining us in paying tribute to Winston Springer. You are actually occupying his seat, sir. Good day.
Yes, good day, good morning. Yes. Good morning, Michael. Good morning, It's rather ironic and emotional for me to be here this morning. In fact, that was the seat that Winston occupied when he was commenting on the House. What struck me with Winston, apart from the fact that I know him for a long time, apart from his voice, the physical part of his voice, was his deep commitment to his loyalty and his commitment. That was what struck me the most of him. He believed in a cause. Winston did not always support our party, but he maintained the difference between personality and politics. He never allowed our personal friendship to get mixed in the politics, although we were on different sides. He was loyal to a T, loyal to what he believed in, committed to a cause, and always willing to speak towards that cause. So I remember him for his loyalty. I remember him for the way he prepared, the deep knowledge that he had about things. Winston took his job seriously, and I think young reporters should learn from him. He prepared. He did research. He researched topics before he came. He researched, and then again, that's important for young reporters. We're not in the time of Facebook. He actually researched. He did his, and he came with in-flight interviews, well researched, knowing more about the topic sometimes than the person he interviewed. Understand? So, and also he had a very deep sense of of commitment to the professionalism of journalism. He thought journalism was a profession, and he treated it like a profession. Very seriously, Winston prepared for everything. He prepared for regular house meetings. He prepared for everything. He never went on the air without being prepared. And this is why we'll miss him, and I think young broadcasters should try their best to follow him, to follow the way he behaved, to follow the way he researched. That's the most important, the way he researched. May his soul rest in peace. His family, my deepest condolences, especially his son, Winston Jr. Winston Jr. was the apple of his eye. I mean, these two guys were friends, you know. In fact, I saw Winston on the day he died, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Before I was going for lunch in my office, he was in the office, he came, and we had a chat exactly at 1 o'clock, and then he died in the evening. It shows how temporary we are in this world. It shows how we should live every day as it was our last day, because we never know when the hour cometh. May his soul rest in peace. Tell Winston Jr. that he must live on the memory of his father. He's got footsteps to follow, and he's got to try his best and do everything his father wanted him to do, which would be a professional journalist, a professional broadcaster, maintain his high principles, and be a good human being.
Thank you very much, sir. All the best, and do have us a successful sitting today. Thanks. Well, we have just been speaking with the Prime Minister, who's been reminiscing and paying tribute to Winston Springer Jr. and he talked a lot about the professional that Winston Springer was, and how he always researched before he came on air. I don't know if you heard the Prime Minister.
Yes, I did, and I agree with it, because the Prime Minister is a long-serving member of this Parliament. Only him and his predecessor have been re-elected 6 consecutive times, and he therefore has an understanding of the history of House coverage and how it has gone over the years. And that is very much true about Winston, because those of us who are veterans, by nature of our profession, which you will know, we go to cover a story, we go to a press conference, or we read a report. The photographic nature of our memory allows it to stay. Yes. So everything we read is stored in our mental hard drive. And therefore, after 20, 30, 40 years, I'm 47 years in the profession. After that length of time, things become automatic. So that he could have, like I would see on days of house meetings following from home, he would be able to relate what was said today to what was said either by that same person or by their predecessor or by someone else on the same issue 5, 10, 15 years ago. And in as much as it might not be a word-for-word recollection or the date and time, but the facts and the context and being able to ensure that people know what they are doing. The other example I liked was his ability to, like you did earlier, go through the order paper. He would have had, like you, known in advance what's on the order paper, so he would have known which minister to call or the Prime Minister to give some background on each of those issues, so that something can be said about them before the presentation and after. And
he insisted on getting this order paper.
Oh yes, because in as much as the speaker, this is the speaker's house. The order paper is what guides and decides the discussion, in as much as the standing orders of the House. So that is something that Winston and I discuss quite often. The need for people who intend to become politicians, not intend to become politicians, but who intend to run for office. There should be certain basic things you should do before. read the Constitution, read the laws of St. Lucia, understand the standing orders of the House, understand the difference between an MP, a district representative, and a cabinet minister. All of those things
in the different chambers of the House.
Yeah, you're the different chambers. Why is one the upper house and one the lower house? Why does the upper house have a president and the lower house a speaker? Why is it that, and people don't know that the upper house is the upper house because it has the power to stop something that the lower house has agreed upon. So that
and it's basically a filter.
Yes. So I think Winston brought with him the accumulated knowledge that came with experience over time, and he was able, like I was saying earlier, to also keep up with the time by having his Facebook account, having his
I actually was just coming to his post-retirement period, you know, and you're now talking about him keeping in touch with the new technology, being acquainted with that.
His last week of posts, there were things relating to definition of what he might call, I forget the term he used, but he had a definition of a particular politician who he named. Then he had the best example I've seen of an old-time calypso, and that is Harry Belafonte and Nat King Cole
Mama Luka Bubu
singing Mama Luka Bubu. And I got one today of Mighty Sparrow talking about growing up as a how you call them, acolyte, and actually singing in Latin. He can recall at whatever his age is now, I'll send it to you, he was singing out what he would have to say in Latin as an acolyte and what the priest would reply. And there was the Mighty Sparrow in Latin in 2023. I'm sure Winston would have circulated that. Another one I saw, which he would have circulated, was the Speaker of the Antigua Parliament suspending a Speaker of the Antigua Parliament suspending an independent member, and it would have had reference to some of what we were doing here. But I'm sure he would have circulated that as a means of getting people to understand that what is happening here is also happening elsewhere in the region. So I think that Winston's contribution is one that will live beyond his memory. I think that it will not be fair to ask his son to be like your dad, but I think it would be best to ask him to continue making his dad proud. You know, because he has to develop his own. He cannot continue to go in his father's shadow. He'll always have that name, but he has to become him, because he's the only Winston Springer left. And he's the only Winston Springer left.
I think it was the Prime Minister, one of them said that he was the apple of his eye, and they followed in the journalism realm sphere, just, you know. And so what we could probably say is at this point is that the family, I'm sure they know it's not easy for the family. I did speak with Cletus and Dennis. I know it's difficult for them as well. I didn't get a chance to speak with Winston Jr., but we would like to.
But I heard somebody mention, I heard the speaker mention an Emmanuel. I didn't know that one.
Yes.
Maybe I know him and don't remember him.
Yes, I think the speaker said Emmanuel is his contemporary.
His contemporary.
Moi, bien content pour dire ça, parce que ma partie, je m'étais Winston parler créole, c'est là, il finit à 6 avec moi, nous te cabaye petit blague, non, mais eux, ils sont capables de qui nous canne pour deux bouts, puisqu'ils m'ont carré, qui s'agent, qui a venu tout à l'heure, et donc nous avons commencé session.
Merci pour toute bagaille, merci pour l'opportunité, avec n'importe temps, besoin d'assistance en non Winston, avec un non travail, nous, comme professionnels, moi, je suis toujours là. Merci tout le monde.
Merci un peu là.
Let us pray.
As we prepare for the sitting of this house, it is my prayer that all members of this noble institution will be mindful of the sanctity of this chamber, and as such conduct the business of the people with a sense of integrity, ever being mindful of the account that they must give both to God and the electorate of their stewardship in this house, in this time, and this place. Also, being mindful that this sitting is global and many eyes and ears are focused on you. And most of all, that you be guided by the petitions and acknowledgement of the prayer which follows. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we, thine unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that having thy fear always before our eyes, and lay aside all private interests, prejudice, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. The grace of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all, now and forevermore. Amen.
Good morning, members. I beg to announce that His Excellency the Acting Governor General has been pleased to assent the following bills: credit reporting, registration of supervised entities, anti-terrorism amendment, companies amendment, mutual assistance in criminal matters amendment, extradition amendment, appropriation 2023-2024. I am in receipt of correspondence from the member for Vieux-Fort South advising of his inability to attend today's sitting. Members, it is with regret and sorrow that I advise of the passing of Winston Springer Sr., who is almost always with us during sit-ins. On your behalf, I extend condolences to his family and his friends, and I ask that you rise with me for a moment of silence. Thank you, members. I also regretfully advise of the passing of the member of the staff of the External Affairs Ministry, headed by the member for Labrie, Mrs. Bernadette George Martial, who would have over the years interacted with every member of this chamber in the course of travel preparations especially. May her soul and that of Winston Springer Sr. rest in peace. Members will recall certain events which occurred at our last sit-in on May 2nd, 2023, resulting in the suspension of the member for Mico South. Much has transpired since, including the filing of an action in the High Court by the member. In the course of the preliminary hearing, there was an intervention from the member for Castries South in his capacity as leader of government business in this honorable house. Suffice it to say that that intervention has resulted in the member for Mico South being present here today, but with conditions. Among the conditions agreed to and endorsed by the High Court is one which allows the member for Mico South to be in his seat, but the member is not allowed to participate in any form or fashion in the proceedings until the motion to temporarily lift the suspension pending the outcome of the conclusion of the member's court action is completed. I reiterate that though the member is present, he is barred from participating in the House proceedings until the motion is voted on. Honorable members, I want to advise that we are now on social media, that is the Parliament, via Facebook, and we encourage you, as well as the general public, to share, like, and follow our page. The official name is the Office of the Parliament of St. Lucia. Statement from ministers. Minister for Equity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, parliamentarians. The Ministry of Equity, Social Justice and Empowerment consistently seeks to improve the delivery of services to the poor and vulnerable population in St. Lucia. As such, it has engaged civil society groups and faith-based organizations with a track record of vibrant community outreach in the area of social care, in relevant discussions to inculcate a culture of caring in St. Lucia. For the first time on record, St. Lucia will join in the observance of National Caring Day, an initiative created by Caring Bridge, a registered non-profit organization. In fulfillment of their corporate responsibility and in an effort to give back to society, community and faith-based organizations have agreed to collaborate with the Ministry of Equity for hosting an annual Day of Caring, where vulnerable persons will be treated to a series of activities promoting their spiritual upliftment, recreation, and entertainment. As an immediate outcome, the parties have identified existing synergies in their mutual efforts of outreach, and service to the homeless, persons with disabilities, impoverished and indigent constituents in society. While the commemoration cadred for this year will focus on persons living with disabilities, the observance of National Day of Caring is to bring to focus and to celebrate our own caring ways. Additionally, it is to encourage caring and to deepen our passion for caring. Caring for our environment, caring for our neighbors, caring for persons with disabilities, caring for animals, caring for our communities. It is to foster the Russian attitude just to provide a caring deed. The National Day of Caring will be launched on Wednesday, 7th June 2023 at the Constitution Park in Castries. The theme for this year observance is caring for each other. Make a difference in your community. Coupled with a color scheme of white and a touch of other national flag colors, we will celebrate a caring day. Apart from remarks from the minister, myself, and other community and faith-based leaders, the ceremony will see the presentation of awards to 5 persons with disabilities who have made significant contribution to society. 2 other major activities will be a panel discussion, grouping faith-based and other civil society organizations with a track record of vibrant community outreach and offering specialized care to families with children who are mentally challenged and with sick and shut-in elderly in the need of social assistance and psychosocial, emotional support. The National Day of Caring will also endorse activities that promote spiritual upliftment as well as recreation, entertainment, and personal assistance to those deemed most vulnerable. Activities will be hosted island-wide by schools, community organizations, youth, and sporting groups. The observance of National Day of Caring is expected to be an annual event with different areas of vulnerability being placed under the microscope as the observance advances. Mr. Speaker, this is the statement that as we bring this National Day of Caring to our society, but I would like to end on a very important note that this month was Blind Awareness Month, and today being the last day, I would like to join. Well, I think that the Association for the Blind Welfare Association did invite myself to participate in a church service in Tuapito, but I want to share with you just 5 seconds of the reality, and I ask all of us to close our eyes for about 10 seconds. Please, everyone, as we share in the world of those persons who are visually impaired, as I take my seat. Thank you very much. As you close your eyes, just for 5 seconds. Everyone, please. As you do so, please remember this is the world that those who are visually impaired, this is their reality. Thank you very much.
Papers to be laid. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument Number 43 of 2023, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Tamarind Village Inc. Order. Statutory Instrument Number 44 of 2023, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, Malabar Beach Limited Order.
Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister with responsibility for housing and local government.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to lay the following papers standing in the name of the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Youth Economy, Justice and National Security. Statutory Instrument Number 38 of 2023, Fiscal Incentives, Amazona Seamoss Corporation Order. Statutory Instrument Number 39 of 2023, Registration of Supervised Entities Regulations, Statutory Instrument number 40 of 2023, St. Lucia Air and Seaports Authority Airport Tariff Amendment Regulations, Statutory Instrument number 41 of 2023, St. Lucia Parliament Proclamation Proroguing Parliament, Statutory Instrument number 42 of 2023, St. Lucia Parliament Appointment of Session of Parliament, Statutory Instrument number 46 of 2023, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1 number 6 Order, Statutory Instrument number 47 of 2023, Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court Civil Procedure Rules Revised Edition 2023, Statutory Instrument number 50 of 2023, Excise Tax number 50 of 2023, Amendment Schedule number 7 Order. I now wish to lay the following paper standing in my substantive name, Mr. Speaker. Statutory Instrument number 48 of 2023, St. Lucia National Housing Corporation, Larry Schultz, Viewfort Vesting Order.
Minister for Commerce, Industry, Enterprise Development and Consumer Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument number 45 of 2023, Price Control Amendment number 6 Order, Statutory Instrument number 49 of 2023, Price Control Amendment number 7 Order, St. Lucia Bureau of Standards 2019-2020 Annual Report.
Motions, Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following motion. Whereas on Tuesday, the 2nd of May 2023, the member for Miku South was found in breach of Standing Order 43-4. And whereas the House of Assembly, utilizing Standing Orders 43-4 and 43-6, voted to suspend the member for Miku South until, I quote, an apology to the House and the withdrawal of the offending words cited by the presiding officer were undertaken. And whereas the House of Assembly is fully satisfied that the suspension was lawful and in keeping with the standing orders, and whereas members of the House of Assembly do not wish for the constituency of Miku South to be without representation in the House of Assembly, be it resolved that the House of Assembly agrees to the lifting of the suspension without prejudice to the legal action by the member for Miku South against his suspension, and be it further resolved that the lifting of the suspension shall be effective immediately following the passage of this motion, and the member will be at liberty to carry on his duties in service of the House and the constituency of Miku South. Mr. Speaker, as cited in the motion, it is stated that the member of Miku South was found in breach of Standing Order 43-4. And Mr. Speaker, in your preamble, you stated the conditions under which the honorable member was allowed in the House today. And it was very instructive, the words that you used, that the honorable member has taken action against this honorable House in the High Court, and we have agreed with the High Court that we would allow him to come in pending a resolution of this matter. In presenting this motion, Mr. Speaker, I want us to go over what happened, how it happened, and how did we arrive at where we are today. So I ask you, Mr. Speaker, to bear with me as I go through exactly what happened and dissect why it is we've found ourselves in the present situation and where do we go from here. Mr. Speaker, what did the member for Miku South say that caused such an offense, Mr. Speaker? What did he say? What led to his action constituting a breach of Standing Order 43-4? Mr. Speaker, I shall quote from the document, Mr. Speaker, and I think we can all obtain the official transcripts of the House, Mr. Speaker, but it's a document that the member himself provided elsewhere, Mr. Speaker, and I want to quote his exact words. And I want you to listen carefully, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister, that's what he said, he's quoting himself. The Prime Minister would put that this reference to corruption. So if we want to resolve crime in this country, Mr. Speaker, it starts in cabinet. I want those words, Mr. Speaker, to sink in. It starts in cabinet. The level of corruption of members in your own cabinet has to be addressed. This situation is bananas. How could you have a piece of land, Mr. Speaker, that was valued in 2013 at almost 7 million, and in 2021 it was revalued to be at 3.5 million? And he states that you interjected when he said so. Of course, he continues. The crime situation is serious. The government needs to address it in their own cabinet. The Prime Minister keeps on playing this game that he is the big tough guy and the buck stops with him. We have not seen that, and we have to set the example as leaders. I want you to note, Mr. Speaker, he is saying we must set the example as leaders. There are too many examples, Mr. Speaker, of members who are doing that. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Of course, then, Mr. Speaker, the member from Castres Central subsequently rose on a point of order and asked that this matter be addressed. I will not go into all the details, Mr. Speaker, of what happened after, but we met on Tuesday the 2nd, and he was asked to prove that there was validity and truth to what he said. The member from Castres Central presented an understanding of what took place. He went meticulously in detail to show what had happened over the years. He also showed the process that was followed for the acquisition of the land, for the valuation of the land. He compared it with what happened in the past. He indicated the process that was followed by the National Housing Corporation for the sale of the land. He clearly established that he as minister was not responsible for the sale of the land or undertook the sale. He explained to us in detail, remarkable detail. And then the member from Miku South was asked, having heard the member from Castres Central, can you indicate to us where is the corruption that you spoke of? Where is the crime in cabinet? Because you are saying as a member of this house that the honorable members around this house who are in cabinet are criminals. Because if you say there is crime in cabinet, then there are criminals there. You're saying that there is corruption. And you're saying it individually for the member from Castres Central and collectively for the members of cabinet. In this honorable house, this is a very serious statement to make. You are standing in this house where you're not even allowed to call members liars and tell members they are lying, because that's not acceptable behavior in this house. I remember in this very house, I had not even said it on my feet. I whispered to a member next to me that don't mind him, he was lying. I'm the former member from Castres office was lying. The speaker heard me, and members objected, and I was asked to withdraw. And I said, Mr. Speaker, I was not even speaking to him. And I was asked to withdraw because the speaker had heard, even if it was off the record. And we had an exchange. And I said then, Mr. Speaker, I don't need to call somebody liar or lying. I can use other more elegant words to describe him. But since you, the Speaker, have asked me to withdraw, I will respect the House, I will respect the Speaker, and I withdrew. That's how we conducted ourselves, Mr. Speaker. That's how you behave in this chamber, Mr. Speaker. So the member was asked to prove his allegation because the member from Castle Central had gone through in detail what had happened. And Mr. Speaker, I want, Mr. Speaker, to go through the exchange between yourself and himself, Mr. Speaker, because it's illustrative. It's illustrative of his conduct and his behavior. Because having heard the member from Castle Central, he is then asked to respond. Where is the corruption? So I want, Mr. Speaker, for you to bear with me as I quote. And you would say to him, how does the member from Castle Central and his ministry, acting on evaluation of a certified valuer, acting on the basis of letters being written to SLASPER requesting their involvement and being told that they are not interested, how does the sale for $1 million US translate to corruption on the part of either the member for Castle Central or the cabinet? That is what I want answered. So you're saying to him, having heard the member from Castle Central, responding to your comments previously, tell me, where is the corruption? He goes on and on, that it was valued in 2013 at $67 a square foot, and a new valuation was done that brought it down to 37. So he's asked again, are you suggesting that there is collusion between the member for Castle Central and the valuer? Because you have to show that there is corruption. He says, Mr. Speaker, let us be very clear and honest with each other. So the Mr. Speaker then asked him, are you suggesting we are being dishonest? He says, no, I just want to bring it to the point. And he goes on, and he is going on and on and on. And the Speaker asked him again as presiding officer, member, I'm hearing all what you are saying. I want to repeat my question. You are placing a reliance on the evaluation of parcel 11 that in my humble opinion is misplaced. I am asking you, there is a valuation of $3.5 million upon which the member was not even involved, because nothing that you have said has shown that the member was involved. I saw the chairman involved, I saw the various boards involved. And you continue. The question is a very simple one. Even assuming all what you are saying is correct, how does that translate to corruption on the part of the member personally and cabinet collectively? That is all I want answered. You are actually guiding him to focus on showing that there is corruption, because that's your claim. He says, Mr. Speaker, there are many more issues that we allege that this cabinet, and again you stop him. I don't know about what other issues members are alleging. I speak with a very great degree of specificity. What is the corruption that you allege in the transaction based on what you have said? He goes on, Mr. Speaker, I am going to repeat myself. There was a valuation done in 2014 for exactly the same price, and he's going on and on. You say to him, member, you choose to ignore my question. I can only ask you to take your seat. That you shall not respond to my question, and I shall make a determination on this matter on the basis of the facts presented to me. Out of abundance of caution, and then he was leaving at that point. But then I want you to also hear how it goes on and how it concludes. The Speaker says to him, what is before me is not whether land is valued at 20 million or 60 million. It is whether the transaction made in the sale of the land to a client of an attorney, whether corruption was attached to that sale. Because that's what he alleged. So you ask him, can you establish it? You have not made that case. And I ask you, I am the judge in this chamber, and I would ask you to withdraw the statement that I have read. And he says, I will not withdraw. Now let's go over that again. You've asked him as presiding officer to withdraw the statement because in your opinion as presiding officer, he's not established that there was corruption by the honorable member and by cabinet. And by cabinet. and you ask him to withdraw the statement that he's made, and he says he will not withdraw his statement. Mr. Speaker, of course, in keeping with Standing Orders 43, the House was asked to take action as such behavior by a member is not acceptable. But Mr. Speaker, the member for Miku South is no stranger to misbehavior in the House. He's no stranger. And the member from... Speaker, point of order.
What is the point of order?
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 35. I think the member is...
35?
Is discussing a matter which is in the courts, as you indicated in your opening remarks, and the member should desist from divulging information that should be discussed in the court.
Where in 45 does it?
Well, I stood on the point of order, Mr. Speaker, because the member was out of, well, I can say misleading, because he was going in a direction that he should not be going at this point.
Which is?
He was discussing a matter which is in the courts.
And where does the standing...
must go! The Speaker 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 must go! Let the press talk. I'm very grateful for their support, because the farce of Parliament and of this government continues in the House. It is very clear in the standing orders that you cannot discuss matters that are in court. And what is in place in that Paris United Workers' Party, and more importantly to impress the rest of the opposition. And I will not sit in the House and listen to that kind of nonsense. Right? It's unfair what is going on. And every day they're in breach. The things in the House right now are categorical lies. And those are the matters that are before the court. And they had to go to the court, and it's because they knew they were going to lose the case that they had to agree to bring back. But they have to get their own way. I will not sit there and allow the people's voice, it's not me, the people's voice to be insulted by these people. It's disgraceful, it's unacceptable, and the Speaker has to go. He has to go. And it's time for him to go. No way, we will not allow this type of infringement on democracy to continue here. We cannot allow that, and we will take a stand, and we are taking a stand. They have to respect the law. They have to respect the law. They have to respect the law. They have to respect the
Yes, man.
Take them to court again because they keep losing.
C'est ça, on est là de pour ouais. Sorry, let me pass. Okay.
Division that it was a fake document. It's on social media, they saw it. They denied it existed. We had copies. And you know how it finally came that in fact they were lying was when a member from Procedural Saltiba said he signed it, but he had not read it. Okay, you didn't say that, but you signed it. You said you signed it. But okay, you didn't say you did not read it. I remember you saying you did not read it. But anyway, let's put that aside. Let's put it aside. The same document they said was a fake document. Okay, you didn't recall. That's even better. That's even better. That's even better. You should have allowed the previous comment I made by Stan. But let's move on. Let's move on. Honorable member. So, okay. But the point I was making is not even that, honorable member. The point I was making is how we came into this house and when we made a claim, we proved it. If we could not prove it, we kept quiet, Mr. Speaker. When we stood up in this house and we spoke about the Wasco Dam scandal, I had all the documents to show, and the member from Castries East had all the documents to show what had happened in the selection of the contractor and everything else. We were prevented from making that document to the house. But they have a reason why they do that, because they don't want the house to record the acts that they did, Mr. Speaker. So we have come to this house, we've made claims, and on every instance we've proved it. Why can't you prove it? Why can't you prove it? And you've been asked over and over to withdraw, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the House has the capacity to discipline members. It has the capacity. When members disregard the rules of the House can discipline them. And the House has shown that it is willing to act when necessary. It's not its first inclination. Members are called upon to withdraw. Honorable member, can you withdraw? Honorable member, that's the first inclination of the House. But he doesn't listen to that. He doesn't, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, we did not suspend him because of any malice or pettiness. We did not. And I want to go back to my comments shortly after that incident. Shortly after that incident, Mr. Speaker, I want to go to the comments I made at the start of my presentation on the budget statement. Right after it happened. Immediately after it happened, Mr. Speaker, I want to read my comments for you, Mr. Speaker. And I shall proceed. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, Mr. Speaker, with the substance of my contribution, I think we need to just reflect for a few moments on what transpired earlier today as it relates to the member for Miku South. I think, Mr. Speaker, for those who are watching, and certainly for us in this honorable chamber, it was very disconcerting, the behavior of the member for Miku South and the attitude that he showed towards this honorable house. It is never our intent, Mr. Speaker, to disenfranchise any member, or for that purpose to disenfranchise any constituency that elected a member to sit here to represent them. But I think we needed to get across to the honorable member that in this honorable house, there is a code of conduct. There is a manner in which you ought to behave. And there are respects, and that there are conventions and other accepted practices in this honorable house. I have been asked before to withdraw statements that I was convinced I did not have any reason to withdraw. I have been asked, Mr. Speaker, during my 5 years in opposition, to express my apologies for what I would have said because another member would have felt offended. Even if I felt I was right, when the Speaker asked me to, I acceded, Mr. Speaker. I never showed disrespect, even when I believe I was right. And our actions today is to show to the honorable member, not that any one of us in particular, but as a collective, this chamber, this institution that we are part of, ask that he shows respect and regard for it. I have no desire, Mr. Speaker, to see that the honorable member does not participate in future deliberations. I want to repeat it. I have no desire, Mr. Speaker, to see that the honorable member does not participate in future deliberations. Mr. Speaker, I suspect it will be up to you to engage him on moving forward. But he has to accept that this House demands from him a more civilized conduct in this honorable chamber. And that, Mr. Speaker, I want to put on record as the intent of the decision we took. That's why we did it. I hope the honorable member recognizes that he ought to be in this House as elected by the people to represent them. He may remain arrogant, he may remain very haughty, and he may believe that he has no reason to show any respect to the chamber. That is for him to decide. But we want the honorable member to understand that there is a particular way you ought to behave in this honorable House. And Mr. Speaker, I trust, like I said, you will engage him and ensure that we can move forward, because our ultimate aim is that everyone who's elected by the people should be in this House representing them. And I said that minutes after he was suspended. Minutes after. That was my statement, Mr. Speaker, because we want him in this House, Mr. Speaker. So, after all of this, what has happened? What did he do? What did he do? The first thing he tried to do was to get public support for what he called his democratic rights. And today, they applied to the police for a walk for democracy. Not a walk for health, not a walk for healthy lifestyles, not a, how you call it, moving St. Lucia. You know, he wants a walk for democracy. Now, we all know there's a lot of semantics. A walk, a run, a march, se membagaila. But Mr. Speaker, I want you to reflect on this honorable member. He says his democratic rights have been infringed. He wants the public to support him for his actions. Mr. Speaker, what actions? To be disrespectful in the House? Because that's what it's about. That's what he wants the public to support him, to stand in the House and accuse members, and when asked to prove what you are saying, he doesn't do it. He disrespects the chair. And like a very naughty child, when a parent tries to discipline him, throws a tantrum. So he wants the public to support him in that behavior. The same person who misbehaved for so many years when he was Prime Minister. But all of a sudden he's no longer Prime Minister, so he has to account for his actions. So he now wants the public to support him. And he says it's his democratic rights, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, democratic rights? You can hear outside, Mr. Speaker, the crowd chanting. When we all came in, he had his supporters outside. You will recall a few years ago when he was Prime Minister, this Parliament was barricaded. St. Lucians were not allowed to come within 100 meters of Parliament. Barricade. Stay away. What you see outside, Mr. Speaker, is democracy at work. This is democracy. This is democracy. No member in here has any fear of the people supporting United Workers' Party being outside expressing their views. We have no fear. We will allow them every single day to be outside expressing their views. No fear. And you know why? Because they are in the minority, Mr. Speaker. They do not speak for St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. But you know what's even more interesting for me? They're not marching and demonstrating for help for the poor. They're not marching and demonstrating because the economy is not working. They're not marching and demonstrating because there was no economic growth. They're not marching and demonstrating because there was no help for housing. They're not marching because there were no laptops for the children. They were not demonstrating because there was jazz in Marsha. They're not. All the bread and butter issues, they're not demonstrating because there's no need to demonstrate. There's no need to demonstrate. So they are demonstrating, they say, for their democratic rights. But they're outside in Parliament yard expressing their views, and you swear is the birth of democracy in the Greek city-state of Athens. When Plato and Aristotle and all of them encourage the people to speak up, speak up, speak up, and express your views, the birth of democracy. Mr. Speaker, that's what's happening outside, democracy. The same member who led a government had closed down Radio St. Lucia, the national radio station, because they said there had too many SLP hacks working there. Same. The same. I mean, I can go on and talk about the violations of democracy. You know, Mr. Speaker, I had to go through an experience with the last government, and they claim all kinds of things against me. But the one that really shocked me, and I've not really said it in public, and somebody reminded me of it this morning. Albert Fregis worked in the High Commission together with me. So they wanted to interview him to find out what may have happened in the High Commission. And the two police officers who were investigating told him to come for the interview. And he asked where. They said at Prime Minister's residence. And the lawyer said, what? This is supposed, assuming it's an investigation as legitimate, why do we have to go to Prime Minister's residence for him to be interviewed? And he never went. But the point I'm making, democracy. You have a claim or an interest in the actions of somebody, but the interview's been done by the investigators. They are located in the Prime Minister's residence. Think about that, people. Think about that. When you talk about democracy, the politicization of investigations against your enemies. Remember the Watergate scandal? Remember that? Talk about democracy. We will always allow the people to speak up, Mr. Speaker, to say, Mr. Speaker. But you know what I found even most interesting, member from Strozel Saltibus? This is a member from Miku South says, this is a seminal case that he is taking against the state. And he needs a fundraiser. But earlier on he had said, I can take care of myself, I can take care of myself. It's not for me, it's for the people. And then he says he needs a fundraiser, but he doesn't have money to pay for the case, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, his second action is to file a case in the courts. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go into the details because obviously it's a matter before the courts, Mr. Speaker. But we need to say what's in the public domain. So I'm not going to go into all the details of the case, Mr. Speaker. But I want you to reflect, Mr. Speaker, on the seriousness of what the honorable member has done. The honorable member says that the standing orders are unconstitutional. They are unlawful. And therefore, by suspending him, they violated his rights as a citizen. Now, if the standing orders are unconstitutional and illegal, and Mr. Speaker, I mean, I know you won't allow me, but I could have actually quoted from the document, Mr. Speaker, that he filed. It means the standing orders that we've had since independence, that was inherited from time we were a colony and an associated state, that John Compton, Henry Girodi, Evans Cauldron, Mr. Speaker, Alan Louisi, George Mallet, those standing orders that were negotiated and put together by the chambers before us, Mr. Speaker. It means speakers like St. Clair Daniel and Matthew Roberts and husbands and all of them have been engaging in an illegal act. Think about that, Mr. Speaker. Think about it. That by suspending him, that's an unconstitutional act. It's illegal. It means the very foundation upon which we are in this house is illegal. It means the processes that we pass the laws may have been illegal. Tell me, Mr. Speaker. Of course, he's trying to refer specifically to the issue of suspension. Maybe he's going to argue before the courts. It's not all the standing orders, but it's just the one that they use against me that's illegal. I'm not discussing the details of the case. You asked me not to. So if you want me to go into a legal analysis, I will call on more learned people to do so. But I'm telling you, if the Constitution says there shall be a parliament, and the parliament shall regulate its own conduct and its rules, the parliament is not, the standing orders are not unreasonable. The standing orders are not asking you to go and commit suicide or to go and take a life or to go and seize property. The standing orders is about the conduct of the business of parliament. How does it become, but anyway, I'll leave that for the courts to decide, Mr. Speaker. You know, so Mr. Speaker, the honorable member, Mr. Speaker, goes to the courts, and in addition to saying that the standing orders are illegal and unconstitutional, he says to the courts, place an injunction on the House. Until this matter is decided in the courts, ask them to take me back in. Listen to that. Put an injunction on the House, and until this matter is decided, to take me back in. But we want you back in. But we want you back in. I read my comments I made minutes after we suspended him, where I said we want him in the chamber. We don't want you out. So we told the court there's no need for a hearing on injunction. If he wants to go to court to decide whether this House standing orders are unconstitutional or not, let him go. We want him in the House. He has to answer about the Hewanorra International Airport Redevelopment Project. He has to answer about St. Jude's. He has to answer about the Rodney Bay roundabouts. He has to answer about the Wasco Dam, so John Compton Dam. He has to answer about the Procedural letter. He has to answer about the vaccines. There's a lot for him to answer, and if he's not in this House, he cannot answer. The lands that we just starting, I can give him the list, Mr. Speaker. He has to be in this House. He has the Privileges Committee to attend. He has, if he's not a member, he cannot attend. We want him in the House. So we told the court, there is no issue. We don't need no injunction. We don't want anything, Mr. Speaker. Let him, I'm not even going into whether the court would have granted it or would not have granted it. I don't even want to. That's for the lawyers to decide. We know we want him in the House. We want him here. And the courts will decide if what we did was legal or not, or whether he's supposed to apologize or not. And then I want him to now say the courts are unconstitutional. I want him to have another fundraiser to say the courts are illegal. That's what I want him to do. Because we want him inside here. Because if you're going to accuse people of being corrupt, and why are they corrupt is because the valuation of the land changed. So what happened to DSH and 1,000 acres at $1 an acre? Was there corruption? Honorable member, was there corruption? Was there corruption? The lands up north that the developer, that NIC was about to buy, NIC was told don't buy it, give the money instead to a private developer to buy it. Was that corruption? Was that corruption? Can you think about that? Somebody is arguing to move the valuation from 7 million to 3.5 million is corruption, and they are criminals. But then the lands that were going to be bought by NSC for the people of St. Lucia, they were instructed not to buy. Take the same money, give to a private developer from outside St. Lucia to buy the lands. And that's not corruption too? DSH is not corruption too? I'm not saying it is. But if that's your yardstick for measuring corruption, you have a lot of acts of corruption to answer. A lot. But I will not accuse you or any member of corruption because I don't know the details. I don't know it. But that is how this party operates. That's how this party operates, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the courts will decide, and the courts will make a final determination, and will respect the decision of the courts. If the courts rule, Mr. Speaker, that what we did was unconstitutional, what we did was unlawful, then we were wrong. But we know we followed standing orders that were established and enacted in this honorable house. We followed it. And if the court said it was unconstitutional, then we'll have to correct it. But if the courts find we were right, the honorable member will have to account for his actions. At least the House will then decide what happens next. But we want the honorable member in this House. And I support this motion that I've presented because we want him to be back in the House, Mr. Speaker. We want him to be back. Mr. Speaker, one final point I want to make. The honorable member says in his filing in the courts that he was never given a chance to withdraw and apologize. Mr. Speaker, never. And I read the transcript where he was asked by the presiding officer to withdraw, and he said he shall not. And I'm putting it before this House and for the record that the member still has an opportunity to withdraw his comments and apologize. Because if you go into the courts to say they treated you wrongfully, they never ask you to apologize, and they just suspend you, you have been given another opportunity when you have been allowed back in this House. Of course, we have items on the agenda, on the order paper that he has to stick to. But I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you will give him a minute for him to apologize and withdraw his statement. Because we are not denying him an opportunity for him to withdraw and for him to apologize. Because it's disingenuous to say you were suspended without giving you a chance to withdraw and apologize. Because the transcripts show where you were asked and you said, I will not. And then you were told you will stay out until you apologize and withdraw. So, Mr. Speaker, this motion is fulfilling a promise we made to the courts that we will allow him to come back in. Let the court decide what the matter is. No drama. No drama. We want you in here. We want you to keep the member from Procedural company. He gets lonely when you're not there. So, for fear that he might lose his way in this House, we want him to be here with you, honorable member. So we want him back in this House. So, honorable members, I present to you this motion to approve this motion and to allow the member from Miku South to come back to this House to account for his actions, for him as the rightful role of leader of the opposition to hold this government to account. But he will learn, Mr. Speaker, there are rules, there are conventions, there are practices, there is decorum, there is dignity that one must display when they conduct themselves in this House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Castries Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Half an hour.
I have it there. Member of Castries Central, just 1 minute.
Yes.
Because that's a motion without notice. I don't have to announce, but announcing it's asking that it was not on the order paper. It's a motion without notice. Members, the question is that be it resolved that the House of Assembly agrees to the lifting of the suspension without prejudice to the legal action by the member for Miku South against the suspension is heard. And be it further resolved that the lifting of the suspension shall be effective immediately following the passage of this motion, and the member will be at liberty to carry on his duties in service of the House and the constituency of Miku South. Member for Castries Central. Member for Castries Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Unlike my very good friend to my right insinuated, the voice isn't that good, Mr. Speaker, and I don't intend to be extremely long. I will not withdraw. That statement resonates, Mr. Speaker. It resonates with the behavioral pattern of the leader of the opposition, member for Miku South. Member for Miku South wanted to be in the House. He was granted the opportunity to be in the House. But as you can see, Mr. Speaker, his chair is conspicuously empty. So basically, it was an imposition that he wanted to come to pass. Mr. Speaker, when I was first elected as a parliamentarian and took my seat in this august chamber just over 17 years ago, I never thought there would come a time when I would have had to make a contribution on a motion of such a nature. But then again, whilst this is the first time, we have seen many events happening in this country of ours for the very first time since 2016, when the United Workers' Party were victorious at the polls. You see, Mr. Speaker, we are called honorable, and by virtue of carrying that title, we're expected to do what is best. We're expected to uphold the laws. We're expected not to make a mockery of the laws, and we're expected to conduct ourselves with a certain degree of decorum. We're expected, Mr. Speaker, to preach and accept adherence to our laws, but most notably, the supreme law of this land, our Constitution. From the time the United Workers' Party won the elections in 2016, the then Prime Minister and current member for Miku North showed disdain, Miku South, showed disdain, showed disrespect, and showed total disregard for the laws of this country. It started, Mr. Speaker, by a blatant breach of Section 36 of the Constitution, which reads,
I will not sit in the House and allow the people of St. Lucia to be insulted.
Of the preceding session of Parliament, if it has been prorogued, or more than 1 month, not more than 1 month from the holding of a general election. Not more than 1 month after the general elections of 2016, Parliament was supposed to have convened. It did not. The then Prime Minister blatantly disregarded the constitutional provision, and when members of the media confronted him, those in my view who were apparently more savvy than him in that regard, what did he respond to them? He responded by saying, even if the Constitution says that Parliament must convene within 30 days, the Constitution did not lay sanctions for non-adherence. That was his response, Mr. Speaker. So there were no sanctions imposed, and therefore I don't have to comply. Is that what honorable men do, Mr. Speaker? As a leader, you comply with the laws of the country, Mr. Speaker. You cannot say if the Constitution does not impose sanctions, you are under no obligation to comply. And you know, Mr. Speaker, that was the start. That was the start of the disobedience to the laws of this country by a government headed by the member for Miku South. Our parliament quickly became the laughing stock of the region, Mr. Speaker. You had a situation then with the deputy speaker. Section 36 of the Constitution mandates the appointment of a deputy speaker as soon as it is convenient. Let me quickly read it. When the House first meets after a general election of members, and before it proceeds to the dispatch of any other business except the election of the speaker, the House shall, and shall here is mandatory, Mr. Speaker. It is not discretionary. It does not say the House may. It says the House shall appoint a deputy speaker. Mr. Speaker, what happened to us? What happened to us? The Prime Minister then, he forgot that constitutional provision. He forgot the convention that obtained. He forgot that this has never happened in the history of this country. And he made a mockery of this provision, Mr. Speaker. He made a mockery. And I remember a minister in Antigua asking me, well, how y'all do it? Without deputy? Laughing. Literally laughing at what was happening to us. Our neighboring islands, they were basically using us as an instrument of laughter, Mr. Speaker. Even when in 1987, Sir John George Melvin Compton won by a one-seat majority. He won by a one-seat majority in back-to-back elections, Mr. Speaker. He never for once ran this chamber without a deputy. He never did. He appointed a deputy speaker, but no, not this current leader of the opposition. His first excuse, you will remember, Mr. Speaker, that it was not yet convenient. He later clothed himself with another excuse, that the appointment of the deputy speaker is the responsibility of the entire chamber, basically pointing fingers of blame at the opposition then. So, Mr. Speaker, the trend of disrespect to our constitution and to our parliament by this man is on record. And when this government, for fear that another character like that member emerges from the cracks of nowhere, Mr. Speaker, the government sought a constitutional amendment so it can never ever happen again. But what did the leader of the opposition do, Mr. Speaker? He cried foul. Rather than saying that we are basically fixing an ill, he cries foul and says that we are creating an opportunity for a job for the boys, not reflecting on the fact that for 5 years, Mr. Speaker, he convened Parliament without a deputy. But Mr. Speaker, what the leader of the opposition did not realize, you know, and they say it colloquially, tout bouché, was that the government was blocking all holes to prevent a recurrence of what had happened, a recurrence of a blatant disregard to such a constitutional provision that has been entrenched and has been adhered to from ever since we convened Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And this was done to ensure that no other leader that comes from wherever they come from would take our laws for what we colloquially refer to as papi show. Mr. Speaker, the situation with the Deputy Speaker became so dire that the first Speaker overtly clamored out for a deputy. She even took to social media for a deputy, Mr. Speaker. And in an interview she said, and I quote, "Not only is a deputy essential," she said she was a wife, she was a mother, and how could she function without a deputy? Mr. Speaker, on many occasions, the House had to be suspended in the middle of various presentations because nature had called. Look, you, Mr. Speaker, your deputy slips into this chair in a very inconspicuous manner. Sometimes my head is down. By the time I lift my head and I say, "Mr. Speaker," I need to correct myself and say, "Mr. Deputy." So that is the smoothness with which this Parliament operates right now, Mr. Speaker. When the first Speaker in Leontier could have taken, and she could have taken no more, she had to quit, Mr. Speaker. But what I want to remind this House is what she went through. Yes, what she went through before she left the chair of the Speaker. Let's take a listen, Mr. Speaker.
It is written in the Constitution that the responsibility to appoint the Deputy Speaker of the House.
The debate over the appointment of Deputy Speaker began in August 2016 when Sarah Flood-Bowman resigned the position to become a minister in the then 2-month-old Alan Chasney administration. The former Prime Minister refused to allow the government side to elect a deputy, contending it was the duty of the entire Parliament. This move was at odds. Questions arose over its constitutionality, leading Francois to test the merits in the courts in a case against the office of the Speaker of the House. The island was without a deputy speaker for 5 years until the SLP was voted into office in the summer of 2021, with Micoud North MP Jeremiah Norbert now in the post.
I really want to ask the Speaker the question that everybody wants to know. Do you need a deputy? Most certainly. You said most certainly. Why is that? What makes you say that you require a deputy?
Apart from saying, according to Sparrow, the famous deputy is essential. Well, the Constitution Order of St. Lucia provides for a deputy at section 36. That's number one. This is mirrored or repeated in Standing Order number 3 of the Standing Orders of the House of Assembly. So there is the need for a deputy. I am human. I am a wife. I am a mother. God forbid that there is an emergency or I'm taken ill and the house sitting has been set for a particular day. Does that mean that the business of the house will not, it has to be postponed?
At your convenience.
At my convenience. Well, that is what is happening right now.
In New York, in the fiscal year 2016-2017, recurrent expenditure was $1 million.
Honorable member, please bear with me for a minute.
What is the point of order?
Yeah. I'm very, very sorry to my colleague, but can I just ask for the House to take a 5-minute recess, if you don't mind?
Sure.
Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the House do stand suspended for 5 minutes. As many as of that opinion say aye, as many as of a contrary opinion say no. This House do stand suspended for 5 minutes.
All right.
Have been listening to the continuation of the debate on the 2017-2018 estimates of revenue and expenditure. Just before the House went to break, you were listening to the voice of the Honourable Member for Laborie, Honourable Alva Baptist. And in the middle of his presentation, the Prime Minister stood to ask for a 5-minute break. So that will take us up to 10 minutes past 10 when the member for Laborie will continue his presentation.
It's like a bull in a china shop, Shastney was. Mashing up everything, lost everything.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That basically shows, Mr. Speaker, what happened in this chamber without a deputy for 5 years. 5 years you blatantly disregarded a constitutional provision. You made a mockery of it. You started by convening Parliament way in excess of 30 days as mandated by the Constitution. You went on. You ran the country for 5 years without a deputy speaker. So breaking laws, Mr. Speaker, is nothing new. Those blatant assaults on our laws need to be addressed, and it continues up to now. No one, Mr. Speaker, no one can do as he or she pleases and believe they can operate with total impunity, Mr. Speaker. When the United Workers' Party won the elections in 2016, it was the first time we had an extravagant swearing-in ceremony outside the city circuits, where it was in Vieux-Fort, with each minister have a hotel room. You know? Can you believe this, Mr. Speaker? That normally happened within the confines of this chamber, Government House, or the Prime Minister's official residence. But no, not with this man. It was the very first time Parliament convened in excess of 30 days. And it was the very first time we were forced to function without a deputy. And let us hope, Mr. Speaker, that for the sake of good governance of this country of ours, we are never permitted to go back into an era like that, Mr. Speaker. That should never happen again in this country, Mr. Speaker. But before the first speaker had enough, Mr. Speaker, she was always crossing swords with the then Prime Minister, who believed from all accounts that he was king of all he surveyed, Mr. Speaker. He was king of all he surveyed. He complied reluctantly once or twice, but otherwise, Mr. Speaker, he defied both speakers under his watch. After Leon Theodore couldn't take anymore, in came Andy Daniel. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, neither of them, as my colleague said previously, neither of them could have stood up to him because he believed he paid the piper, so he called the tunes. And that's the sad thing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's take a listen to an 8-second video where Andy Daniel is going, Mr. VM, Mr. VM, in a very tiresome voice. Let's take a listen.
And misleading. Just like when the member came.
Mr. Brown, Mr. Prime Minister.
Very well. You know, but you know, Mr. Speaker, the one that broke the camel's back was when Leon Theodore told the Prime Minister, she was Speaker then, to take a seat. He reluctantly complied, but sadly, she never had the chance to tell him that again. She was out. Let's take a listen to it, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'm very happy for your judgment. I mean, and just for a point of a clarification, if one goes...
No, Prime Minister. Prime Minister.
I just wanted to make the point, Madam Speaker, because, you know, it's all a learning issue for all of us. In the standing orders, point...
Prime Minister, please take your seat. Thank you.
And you know, Mr. Speaker, you could leave it that way for a while, Mr. Audley. Those are the kinds of transpirations that occurred within this chamber, Mr. Speaker. When Andy Daniel came here, Mr. Speaker, he asked the former Prime Minister to withdraw a statement. He asked him to withdraw, and he said boldly, I am not withdrawing the statement. Do what you want. Let's take a listen to it, Mr. Speaker.
Right there in front of us, right? That we were misleading the House.
Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister. You cannot stand and say you're not going to withdraw a statement.
I'm not going to withdraw it. So you're going to have to take whatever action you want.
Y'all are hearing this, folks? You want play that again for me, please. Play it again for those who had not seen or heard it. Hear it.
And he said right there in front of us, right? That we were misleading the House.
Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister. You cannot stand and say you're not going to withdraw a statement.
I'm not going to withdraw it. So you're going to have to take whatever action you want.
Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker? Can you imagine this member for Miku South is accustomed of doing as he pleases? And if this is not dictatorial, I don't know what is. What is worse, Mr. Speaker? On this occasion, the then Speaker asked him to withdraw. He boldly said, take whatever action you want. Then Andy Daniel went on and he laced the request as though he was begging, please withdraw. Please withdraw. Let's take a listen to the second request.
But I'm not withdrawing.
Honorable Prime Minister, I'm going to ask you, please, to withdraw the state.
But I'm not withdrawing.
Honorable Prime Minister, I'm going to ask you, please, to withdraw the state.
I'm not.
Y'all are hearing this? Y'all are hearing this, Mr. Speaker? So don't believe the recalcitrant attitude that was shown by the member of Miku North towards you is new ground. It's not new ground. Miku South, sorry. It's not new ground. This is how the man behaves. This is how the man behaves. And what is worse, Mr. Speaker, after that episode, he brought the Speaker into cabinet. He summoned the man into cabinet and scolded him for what he termed as blatant disrespect. And the member for Castries North will bear witness to that. You know, so that is a man who is in the habit of disrespecting people. You were asked to withdraw, humbly withdraw. The Speaker laced it as though he was literally begging you, Mr. Prime Minister, please withdraw. I'm not. And then summon the man to cabinet, probably threaten him, threaten to fire him, put his bread on the line, you know. And you know, Mr. Speaker, that is what you have here in this gentleman from Miku North, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the sad thing is, you know, Leanne Theodore, the first speaker that he had, she had to be literally fighting with the then Prime Minister even to get a chance to speak. Let's take a listen to that.
Prime Minister, can I have a moment, please? Honorable Prime Minister.
Answer them.
Prime Minister, can I have a moment, please? Honorable Prime Minister.
Answer them.
Can I have a moment, please? Honorable Prime Minister.
Answer them.
Prime Minister, can I have a moment, please? Honorable Prime Minister.
Answer them.
So, Mr. Speaker, the situation at hand is not new. It is not new, and it is an extension, like I said previously, of the behavioral pattern of the leader of the opposition. And we have witnessed that kind of behavior over the years, Mr. Speaker. Over the years, we have witnessed it in this chamber, and we continue to witness it for the last 6.5 years that he was made an elected member. We continue to see that kind of conduct in this chamber, Mr. Speaker. Total disregard to the law, total disregard to the rules. Mr. Speaker, you have on a multiplicity of occasions asked me to withdraw statements. I'm sure well in excess of 10 times. And there has been not one occasion, Mr. Speaker, that I have even contemplated refusing to do so. Far less to state I will not do so. I accept your guidance with grace and humility. Even on that unfortunate Friday, Mr. Speaker, the day that became the subject matter of the disciplinary proceedings, upon resumption, from a standpoint of magnanimity, I felt the compunction, Mr. Speaker, to offer an apology, even if it was not requested. I felt, Mr. Speaker, that I may, in your view, have behaved in an unparliamentarian manner. Probably I may not have, but it is with that in my mind, Mr. Speaker, I felt I owed you an apology, even if not invoked. But the leader of the opposition is far from that, Mr. Speaker. And I want to place on record my commendation to you, Mr. Speaker, in being a model speaker. I want to commend you for doing what's right, even showing a bit of compassion in so doing. The two speakers that presided in this chamber prior to you, Mr. Speaker, were both appointed by the leader of the opposition. And so he felt he could have disrespected their offices with total impunity. You are cut from a different cloth, Mr. Speaker, and to you I say bravo. I recently saw a clip, Mr. Speaker, of a suspension of a member of parliament from Antigua. Assault is his name, I think. And the speaker was not as tolerant as you. You handled the situation, in my view, extremely well. As it relates to the temporary suspension, I want to say this. The people of Miku South deserve their representative in this chamber. But you see, that right was reconferred upon him, and he has greeted us with his absence, only to make a statement. That is the subtle disrespect that is being shown not only to this chamber, but to the people of Miku South. At the commencement of the term, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you will remember, and other members will, he had taken it up on his own volition to absent himself on numerous occasions. In fact, I believe there was one time it was nearing the maximum amount of sessions a parliamentarian could have missed. He quickly militated against it and found himself in the house. But we don't want it that way. Even if he's absent, let it be on his own volition and not that of ours. But I want to caution him, Mr. Speaker, as I close, that within all family circles, within every organization, within society itself, there are rules and regulations to which we all must subscribe. No one is above the law. No one can operate with total impunity. And whatsoever he reapeth, whatsoever he soweth, so shall he reapeth. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Castries Southeast.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to make just a brief intervention on this motion that is before us. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reference my contribution on the basis of the standing orders, the book that was given to us even during the time when I entered the Senate. And of course, there was a school of thought that indicated that this is not adequate. And there was a time when I believed that the standing orders was inadequate based on the behaviors that I witnessed in Parliament. But I've come to realize that there is a school of thought also that beyond a set of rules to govern behavior, there's what you call character. And I think when we speak of what transpires within this Parliament, there's a lot that have to do with character. Because, Mr. Speaker, as the member for Central Castries closed on the point that there are rules and laws governing every aspect of human interventions and behavior and living. In fact, our very body are governed by certain health laws. And when we do not subscribe to proper health laws, we pay for it. In fact, I can make reference to the scripture in Exodus 21, where if two men were fighting, and Moses had a law that if one of them hit a pregnant woman and she had given birth prematurely, the husband could ask for whatever he wants from them, and they must pay. There were laws in biblical times. And of course, the member for Grosley would agree with me that you can't participate in sports without adhering to laws. You couldn't play cricket without having the umpire to administer, and even the square leg umpire. Of course, you may have some right to appeal to some decisions, but of course, there is a third umpire that will govern on that decision. There are laws. What is troubling to me, Mr. Speaker, is that we expect sports people, the men on the field, to accept the red card when the referee issue a red card on the field and to walk out and be civilized about and understand the sports. We expect that even when a cricketer is actually placed out by the umpire and he feels that he is treated unfairly, we expect these sports people to behave well and subscribe to the rules of the games. But in the highest room of the land, in a parliament, because you are not totally happy, you can lash out insults. Mr. Speaker, I believe for some things that this is inadequate. Because there are quite a bit that is said below the mic that is not captured. And sometimes I'm asking myself, are you hearing? But persons would go out into the media and give a different look up to how things are. So for example, the member from Mikud South could say to me under the mic that if he sees me in a church, he will run. But he goes to the media and cries. But he doesn't know how my children cried when I shared with them what he said. This is about character. This doesn't answer everything. You see, if we do not embark on the right conversation, if we do not lace a discussion, it doesn't matter our gains in GDP and other fiscal indicators showing well, we will not go very far, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that the public expects us to conduct ourselves and to have a conversation that ties in with the progress that we are making in other aspects of our development. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the term non-entity, and it hit me to the core, because it was the person who was referred to as a non-entity is a daughter of a recognized business person. But what's about this son of an employee of Castries City Council, my father, and a mother, a domestic worker who sold coals, and who I had to carry people's laundry on my head to my home to wash? What am I? I'm below a non-entity if this person was a non-entity. Mr. Speaker, recently there I heard persons referred to as SUSEs, voters. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to these terms, SUSEs, you know, one word, also tell people, look your mother man, no mamau. That was used by politicians. A cabinet of criminals, jackass, mendicant, and even implied that some single mothers are really giving birth to criminals. These things have been allowed, and sometimes we laugh. But there is character associated with this thing. And I take personal, especially personally, when I heard the term SUSE being used. Why? Our people did not invent politics as it is today. We were given this system to govern, and we participate in it. We vote. Some people choose to change where they vote for one reason or the other. But here's a politician who was given free terms. He has secured what I call social insurance, because he'll get a pension for the rest of his life. He has received gratuities or whatever it is. Well, the one who called the person to say had 3. Right? 3 terms. He has a pension for life. The people who voted for him to give him 3 terms had nothing. But as they tried to get free 5 sheets of plywood from a PAL rep who is now in power, they are called SUSEs. People do not owe me a vote. People have a right to vote where they want to. This character thing is it's very important in the discussion of development, Mr. Speaker. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the hypocrisy associated with representation must come to naught. Our yea must be yea and our nay must be nay. You cannot cry and say you're concerned about the people. You cannot issue pleasantries of accept my sympathy to me, but below the mic you're going to tell me that if you see me in a church, you're going to run. And you know it's hurtful. You will not say it in the mic. You will not say it in the media. But then you will march today about democracy. Mr. Speaker, I've come to realize and appreciate that even my grief and my sadness is more comforting than pleasantries from hypocrites. And some people ask me why I'm sad. Because it provides more comfort than some persons who offer pleasantries in public. Mr. Speaker, when I lost the election in 2016, I was happier than when I won this time, because the situation was different. I am blessed even today that the Prime Minister and Leader of Opposition then placed me in the Senate. With 3,169 votes I lost, I had a spirit. My head was up high. I felt I was a champion. And to add it, he made me leader in the Senate. What more? I was the happiest person. This time I won, I got more votes, but I suffered based on what transpired, and everybody knew what happened during this election. You lost everything.
Remember, I share your grief, but there is a motion before you, right?
Yes, I'm speaking to this motion, I'm coming to it. And this is why I'm making the point, Mr. Speaker. As you go through this, in this very house, while you are grieving, the member from Mikud, under the mic, the last time the Prime Minister had to tell him, that you telling the man? That you telling the man? I never responded because I vow very early after I was made a senator and the Prime Minister agreed with me. I said to the other younger parliamentarians, when we come in this house, let us not do like what the former parliamentarians going after senior politicians like the member for Mikud South and for Beaufort South. Leave these individuals, the Prime Minister, to other Prime Ministers. I was expecting to come in the House and to benefit from the exchanges between 4 Prime Ministers in this Parliament. Not that a former Prime Minister without I've never said nothing to him, under the mic attacking me. But the standing orders allow him to do that. So is this inadequate? Shouldn't the standing orders have persons not introducing a politician as me number mouth? Shouldn't the standing orders deal with calling people suse, voters, sons and daughters? Shouldn't the standing orders deal with referring to somebody as a non-entity? But I'll say this, Mr. Speaker, as I take my seat. I've said to persons who have served, even last week, a young lady I approved 8 sheets of plywood to, a single mother of 4. And Mr. Speaker, I had to take the courage and say to you, when you walk through the streets of Castries as you leave my office waterfront, I want you to keep your head up high. Because there are some people who have a lot more than you, but they had a different start than we had. And I said to her, because I remember the term non-entity and I know where I come from. And I said to her, this is from taxpayers. This is from the government of St. Lucia. This is not from my pocket. Leave here and feel good. And any one of them you meet in the street of Castries that are of a certain complexion or that have money or their own businesses, make sure you don't bow. Keep your head up high and walk well. And I told Nashi that, yes, on last week. I had to tell her that because I feel that in this parliament, the same subtle attitude that some of us ought not to be here, some of us do not belong here, I experience it even in this parliament. It is not in the mic. You do not get it in the mic. It is subtle. And that deception goes into the media for the rest of St. Lucians. And the same people who parade the streets this morning are the ones that have been called suses. Because if any one of them come and receive 8 sheets of plywood from me, the very people who want to lead them and represent them are being called suses. I do hope that, Mr. Speaker, as we continue in this parliament, that we will find the courage and will find the wherewithal to even look at our standing orders. I personally believe that I should not be referred to as a criminal because the member for Mikud South have an issue with a land transaction. I personally believe that an apology is adequate and a withdrawal of that statement is adequate. For him to have gone to the court and used the means of the court, again I see the principle of the lack of social justice as the court has taken a position. In real social justice, he stands high, and to whom much is given, much is expected. And to ask of an apology is very little in that regard. And for the court to have suggested, I will abide by the principles of the court and I will be guided by the leader of government business. But I think the position of an apology or withdrawal of the statement is very little. Mr. Speaker, I've done wrong and I would stand any day and withdraw a statement made that's inappropriate. And I've seen other members of this side do it. And there are times it's not even called for. Even the Prime Minister, who sits above all of us, has sometimes says, if I'm wrong, I'm prepared to take it in when he's making his contribution. That humility is being trampled on. That humility is not being appreciated on this side. As a matter of fact, what is happening is that the member from Mikud is using the situation by he being alone, and he's compensating by doing insults, and therefore it's easier to be accepted. So then it will appear that he's alone. So because he's one person, he's compensating by doing this to have his way. This is what is at stake at this point in time. The member is not serious about being in the parliament. The member is not serious about anything, because if he was that serious, he would not just send me flowers and then come and laugh at my hurt in parliament under the mic. Or send pleasantries. That's hurtful. That is hurtful.
Member for Dennery North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise belatedly to add my voice to the debate on the motion that has been presented by the Leader of Government Business, Member for Castries South, and Minister responsible for tourism, etc. Mr. Speaker, on a day like today, given all the theatrics, the commotion and the misguided enthusiasm we Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, I rise belatedly to add my voice to the debate on the motion presented by the member for Castries South and Leader of Government Business and Minister for Tourism, Investment, etc. And on a day, Mr. Speaker, like today, given all the theatrics, the commotion, and the misguided enthusiasm we see being displayed on the outside, and on a day, Mr. Speaker, what the member for Castries East and Prime Minister in a previous parliamentary disposition would have referred to as flashing mirrors. Amidst all of that, Mr. Speaker, I am once again reminded of the mandate given to me by the people of Dennery North, who after the general elections of 2011, 2016 and 2021, Mr. Speaker, they've sent me to the Parliament to represent their interests. Mr. Speaker, they've mandated me to come into this chamber and to occupy one of the 17 seats reserved for elected parliamentarians. But they've also sent other people, Mr. Speaker, to this chamber to occupy the gallery as we saw earlier this morning. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely grateful for that opportunity given to me by the people of Dennery North. Mr. Speaker, the matter that is before the House today, as simple as it is, the importance cannot be overstated. Mr. Speaker, the Parliament is the highest decision-making body of a country. This is where we make laws. This is where we enact legislation. This is where we approve budgets, Mr. Speaker. And this is where policies of governments translate into legislation. And so, Mr. Speaker, the business of this House is something we must take seriously. And above all, Mr. Speaker, the conduct and the disposition of members in this chamber is something that we have to watch and watch very closely. Mr. Speaker, our actions, our conduct, our decorum, Mr. Speaker, must be exemplary at all times. And I will be the first to admit that we have all, Mr. Speaker, on occasions gotten carried away by our own exuberance in the things that we say, Mr. Speaker. We get carried away from time to time. And all of us at some point, Mr. Speaker, have made pronouncements in here when we've been called upon to withdraw. And we have. I remember my time in opposition. I referred to a particular member on the government side as a political hitman. And notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, that this was a figurative expression, it was deemed inappropriate, Mr. Speaker. The member took offense, he felt slighted, and I was called upon by the Speaker at the time to withdraw. And without hesitation, Mr. Speaker, given consideration to how the member felt, I was very quick to withdraw the statement that I had made. So, Mr. Speaker, when the member for Miku South today is being asked to withdraw statements you would have made, statements that were injurious to all of us on this side, and is called upon to withdraw, Mr. Speaker, the member should have, in the spirit of true parliamentary democracy, withdrew the statement. He should have withdrawn, Mr. Speaker, and allowed the business of the House to continue. But today, Mr. Speaker, what we have seen is that this particular parliamentary infraction has triggered court action. It has generated a lot of debate in the public space, Mr. Speaker, and it does not in any way whatsoever portray our parliament in a light that it ought to be portrayed. Mr. Speaker, I believe there are consequences to behavior. There must be consequences to behavior. Irrespective of what level in the society you operate, you must be held to account for your actions. And in our case, Mr. Speaker, we have to be held to account for the things we see in this chamber. I cannot, as a Minister of Education, encourage principals and school administrators to enforce school rules and to say to children that when you break school is supposed to take example, Mr. Speaker, and when we infringe or we violate the standing orders, we have a
This morning, the United Party and particularly the leader of the opposition's office organized a march for democracy. The purpose of the march is what we see and construe as behavior by the government of suppressing people's civil liberties in this country. The suppression of our freedom of speech,
suppression of freedom of movement, and certainly that what took place at the last House sitting was so egregious that it warranted me once again to take the matter to the court. I want to be very clear that it was the Labour Party who came to the court and gave the court an undertaking that they were concerned about the rights of the people of Miku South, and as such that they were going to come to Parliament today to revoke the suspension that prevented me from coming into the House. The Speaker agreed to allow me to come on the premise, and what was supposed to happen today was a motion was to be presented and passed to revoke what Parliament had voted on at the previous session. Sadly, it is almost if the Labour Party has learned nothing. That they have made again a mockery of our democracy. They're embarrassing our Parliament and our rule of law. I have zero difficulties with anybody who wants to say anything about Alan Chastney. But what was being implied today by the statements of the leader of government business is egregious, irresponsible, and it's in breach of justice, it's in breach of our own democracy, and it's making a mockery of our parliament. Bradley Felix, the MP from Choiseul-Saltibus, stood on a point of order and reminded the House that the subject matter that they were dealing with is in court. And I'll let him speak to it shortly. But we see that instead of the party acknowledging that they made a mistake, and that acknowledgement really came in the form of the undertaking to the court to allow me back into the House unconditionally. I was not required to withdraw any statement. I was not required to apologize to anyone. And that we agreed that those matters would be determined in the court. And what we see here today is a trial, a public trial of Alan Chasney, a public trial of United Workers' Party, and a public trial of the public of this country. To go into detail of a court case and to give your own opinion of the court case? If in fact you felt so strongly and you're so righteous and so confident about what you're saying, why did you go to the court and give a consent order to reverse the same decision? You want to bring up matters in the House such as Deputy Speaker? For 5 years, the Labour Party was in opposition and full of lawyers. If they were so convinced that we were in breach of the Constitution, why didn't they take us to court? Have they never taken us to court in the past? And then you have two persons who used to be members of United Workers' Party in the names of Richard Frederick and Stephenson King. Every single day that these two gentlemen speak, they embarrass and indict themselves even further. They forget that they were in government, that Stephenson King was the then Prime Minister when he didn't have a Deputy Speaker. And the same Parliament, it wasn't wrong then, or it was right then, but today it's wrong. I have to say to you, I'm extremely embarrassed for St. Lucia. I'm embarrassed for all of us. And I'm scared for the persons in this country that want to hold to their own voice and their own opinion as to the extent that this government will go to intimidate people. But as I've said, I, Alan Chasney, will not be intimidated by this Labour government. In fact, I get strengthened every day by the extent of the abuse I see they're prepared to go to. And I will take them to court. And I've proven to the people of St. Lucia that right is on our side. We've done it twice. I don't want to preempt the court case. I'll let the courts do what they have to do. But the evidence speaks for itself. Anybody who watched what took place knows that Richard Frederick stood on a point of order about the authenticity of the evaluation that was done in 2013. You could have come back to the House today after all the evidence has been presented and still want to suggest that Parcel 11 and Parcel 50 are two different pieces of land? It's embarrassing. And instead of focusing on the real issue, the issue of the corrupt process that would allow a piece of land to be revalued from $6.7 million to $3.5 million, and then to be sold for $2.7 million and not put out for tender, y'all want to go and justify that? And the other allegations of corruption? Ernest Hilaire and the Rover Gate. The facts are simple. When he was the High Commissioner, he put the car in the name of the state with no one's permission. And the court case that was against him was simply for him to provide the information as to how The state disposed of the asset and he ended up with it. When we bring up the issue of a joint account, it's there for everybody to see, confirmed by the Auditor General. No permission was sought to open up the account. Nobody was advised that money was transferred into an account, and that the account was opened up jointly with a person that we all in St. Lucia have become very suspicious as to what the relationship was, and that is Dr. Jafali. These are the things that we're asking the government to respond to. But in order to untangle the web that they have put themselves in, they want to blame everybody else. And they cannot even provide and substantiate the information to support their argument. So I've walked out today. I'm not going to allow the voice of the people to be abused in this way. I'm not going to sit and watch Parliament attempt to be a court of justice, of which it is not. Who expects Parliament of 15? When he lost the case and cost the taxpayers of this country over $150,000 and has embarrassed all of us, he should have resigned. And today, in presenting this motion, he should have announced his resignation because he got it wrong again. And I'm going to let Bradley deal with the point of order, of which again he has gotten it wrong. We had a peaceful walk this morning to remind the Labour Party that 15-2 in Parliament does not allow them to be an authoritarian government. That we have a constitution that preserves our democracy. And as marginalized as we may feel we are, our voice matters. The voice of the media. Why? That's the checks and balances in our democracy. That nobody should feel they can get away with anything. The voice of the leader of the opposition, even though it's a minority voice, must be respected because it's part of our checks and balance. Our judiciary is an independent arm of governance in order for there to be accountability and that there has to be due process. On 2 occasions, they have failed that test. They can show no example where they took my government to court and won. All their allegations of things that we did, their continual allegation of corruption, yet 2 years into it, they can provide you no evidence. Yet every day we're providing evidence of corrupt acts by this government. And they want to run away from it. So at this point, I'm going to pass over to my colleague, Mr. Felix, to discuss the point of order. And after that, I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Good afternoon.
One second. Just to sit towards the end. Thank you.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Afternoon, members of the press. Good afternoon, St. Lucia. I think one of the first irregularities that I noticed in coming into Parliament this morning was the fact that on our order paper, there was no mention of the motion, which according to the consent of the court, had to be the first order of business. I felt that maybe a supplement order paper would have been provided while we were in the House. Albeit, we had prayers, we had statements by ministers, and I excused myself from it. I went downstairs. And when I came back up, I noticed the member for Castries South was debating the motion with regards to the Honorable Alan Chasney court matter. I thought statements were being made that should not have been made at this point in time, and I stood on a point of order, specifically Standing Order 35, and I shall read for clarity. 35-2 actually, and it says, reference shall not
be made to any matter on which a judicial decision is pending, in such a way as might, in the opinion of the chair, and let's note the chair at this time is the Speaker of the House, prejudice the interest of the parties thereto. Now, one might argue that the chair, being the Speaker, is the one who has the right to indicate whether or not the matter is being prejudiced. But we must not forget, very importantly, it speaks to the parties thereto. So it speaks to the opposition, specifically the leader of the opposition in this case, and it also speaks to the governing party. And I felt what was being expressed by the member for Castries South was going into rehashing the situation which brought the court case to the fore. And definitely in the eyes of the public, already people would be forming their opinion based on what was being said by him. To add insult to that, we must remember that the leader of the opposition did not have an opportunity to respond, because according to, as expressed by the Speaker of the House in his opening remarks, the leader of the opposition would not be able to contribute to that particular motion at the time. So I felt that he had gotten it wrong. And then after the member for Castries South spoke, I noticed the member for Castries Central spoke. And then I felt this thing was even going down even a more dangerous and slippery slope, because I now recognize that most likely all 15 members would be speaking on the matter. And definitely, without an opportunity for the leader of the opposition to respond, we could well imagine what would happen in the minds of public opinion, because already the member for Castries Central was highlighting videos of past parliamentary presentations, and there was no opportunity for the leader of the opposition. So on that note, I felt that the Speaker definitely did not get it right. And obviously, we had at this point in time to make a decision that we could not have sat there during that abuse of power. And that's where we are today. It's really unfortunate. And, I'm hoping that good sense will prevail very soon by members, and they will recognize that they have made an error. All of that being said, however, the court will obviously make the final decision, because in my opinion, there's been a breach of the consent of the court. So we will wait as citizens, and obviously we put our faith in the court, and we will see what will transpire. Thank you.
Just a clarity on one question. Are you saying the motion that was not, that action was not taken?
The court gave the consent that the first order of business was to address the matter of the leader of the opposition taking his rightful place to be able to contribute to the debate. As I said, that was not even on the standing order, was on the order paper. I brought it to the attention of the Speaker, albeit off mic, and he indicated to me that this was a motion without notice, meaning it could have been fit in at any point in time, which to me, if the court made a decision that it should be the first order of business, most likely we should have dealt with it after prayers being the first order of business. And so that motion, went into, in my mind, details of what would be discussed in the court, and obviously would create prejudice in people's minds. And that should have immediately been put into check by the Speaker of the House, and let's move forward with the consent of the court.
So if I can just provide some additional clarity on that. It was the Labour Party who came to the court through an affidavit and gave the undertaking
that they were going to allow me back into the House and that they were going to revoke the suspension. I think that they came to that conclusion because when the lawyers would have advised them, that they would have recognized once again that they were on very weak ground. And they came up with this story that the reason why they did it is all of a sudden they realized that the people from Micoud South were paying the penalty for what they consider to be irregular, bad behavior on my part. So today proves that that was not true. And that our story is that the Labour Party is embarrassed that once again that they're having to acquiesce to the courts and to acknowledge they made a mistake. And that is why I was being allowed back into the House unconditionally. The only condition that the court could not undertake is the motion. Now, if in fact I had won the case and there was an injunction that was passed, because that's where we were heading, then they would have had to had the motion with no debate. United Workers' Party doesn't believe in suppressing people's voices. I have no difficulty if they want to stand in the House and say what they want to say. But when they are putting me on trial to suppress my voice, to marginalize what we were saying, to question the credibility of me as an individual or United Workers' Party, I will not stand for that. I will not stand for that. And it's wrong. And to Bradley's point, can't come to the House and discuss the details of the court. I mean, it's almost like I was put on trial. What was the expectation? The same things they've brought up in the House are as what is on to be decided by the court. And we've said it. When Richard Frederick stood on a point of order, it is questionable as to whether the Speaker should have allowed him to stand on a point of order because he was not in the House at the time. And more importantly, I had finished my presentation. So who were you standing on a point of order for? It was very clear for everybody to see. He stood on a point of order to say that the valuation that was done in 2013 was wrong and it didn't exist. He didn't stand on a point of order on my comments about corruption. The Prime Minister in his own speech accused us of corruption. The Governor General in his own speech accused us of corruption. They continuously accuse us of corruption and provide no evidence. I must go now and provide the nexus between the land issue and corruption. You're so blind, you're so arrogant, you're so infused with your own self-importance that you cannot see that that is a corrupt process, that there's something wrong? Really? I must give you the nexus? And then now for the Speaker to broaden the point of order to say it included the comments of corruption and that I must apologize. And that he is not prepared to accept that parcel 11 and parcel 50 are one and the same. Located in the same location, exactly the same size of land. And the reason why parcel 50 and parcel 11 cannot coexist, meaning be around at the same time, is because they're one and the same. Parcel 11 simply became parcel 50. And to put in parcel 51 took a very small portion of land from parcel 50, from parcel 11. But it also took a significant portion of land from parcel 9 and parcel 10. That's how it became 0.17. But you see, it's to throw it out to try to mamagai everybody that they're the same size. And over the last 3 months, that is the kind of treatment that has been dished out to the people of St. Lucia. And it's insulting. And that's what we saw again today. And so it's on the same day as a March for Democracy, in which we must hold our institutions. And so that's why the Speaker must go. because he's an embarrassment to our parliament. He's an embarrassment to being a Speaker of the House. And he showed his clear bias again today by not being able to recognize that even the standing order says you shall not speak on these matters while they're in court. And I'm saying to the people of St. Lucia, we all have to wake up. And as many hundreds of people that showed up today, it's clearly in my mind that this government is only going to respond to thousands. Because the behavior that was taking place in the House was not an insult to me. Please understand that. It was an insult to entire St. Lucia. The behavior that took place. Okay? Any other questions? No? Sorry? Yeah. Well, until the motion is passed. So, no, they're debating the motion. They put the motion on the floor, and everybody's debating it. Now, I have no problems if people want to go and speak to the motion, but you're coming up with all kinds of things, and what is a debate on my character? That's wrong. And you're going to debate my character, and you're not even going to give me an opportunity to say so. You want to go and tell the people that I told the court that I was not given an opportunity to withdraw or apologize? When did I ever say that to the court? In fact, I said the opposite. I refuse to apologize, and I refuse to withdraw a statement that is factually correct. There was a valuation in 2013 of $6.7 million. There was a valuation in 2021 of the same piece of land for $3.5 million. The land was sold for $2.7 million. There was no tendering, and it was sold to an individual who has no material wealth, has no material experience, and it clearly suggests that she may have bought it in her name, but there's somebody else who is the beneficial owner. Now, I know that that person is saying so in private, but I would love for that person to come publicly and admit that the land belongs to him, and to tell the people of St. Lucia, what's the deal? What you going to do with the land? But I'm saying again, the first order of business of United Workers' Party when we get back into government is we're going to acquire that piece of land. And we're only going to pay the two of them the same amount of money that they paid for the land. And any capital improvements that they make on that land, we will not compensate them. They'll let them take it to the court. But if you're going to be involved in something that is so clearly corrupt, so the same bills that we're passing about taking back assets of things that are involved in a corrupt act, we're going to deal with it. The GPH deal. How you want to come and convince the people of St. Lucia that's a good deal? You're going to give a 40-year lease of your port and allow them to collect all the money? What, in exchange for $40 million of investment, but you're going to give them $400 million of revenue? You now want to go and fool the people of St. Lucia once again about the airport? You stopped the airport? You're continuing to fool the people of St. Lucia about the St. Jude's Hospital? It's no joke. It is no joke. It's not a laughing matter. This is serious business. It's a blatant lie. And that's what I've said to them. I don't need the protection of the House. I will say those things repeatedly in public. I said, Richard Frederick says he wants to take me to court. I'm happy to go to court with him, and I want him to know I'm going to subpoena the chairman of the housing. I'm going to subpoena the deputy chairman of housing. I'm going to subpoena the person that he's given the contracts to do the work on the building. I'm going to subpoena the entire SLASPA board. I'm going to subpoena the prime minister. I'm going to subpoena the minister of infrastructure and ports, because they all know the truth. Now, you may want to go and fool the public, but I want you to go on that witness statement and say to the court, when there's clear evidence that all of you all are lying, You want us to be convinced that the Slasper board knew that they were being offered the land for $2.5 million? Why would the Slasper not buy it for $2.5 million? Why? Who you think you're fooling? And that's where, if I have one complaint or one regret, is we're not taking a strong enough stance on these activities. And we've really sat here and hoped that we can put out the presentation and the rest of civil society in this country would stand up. Where is the voice of the Bar Association? Where is the voice of the Chamber of Commerce? The president of a trade union would stand up and say that the trade unions, the Labour Party comes out of the bosom of the unions and it's their party? Are you serious? So it means that when the United Workers' Party gets into government, I must look at the trade union as being the Labour Party? That's what you're asking me to do? And to prejudice all those persons who are members of those unions? Come on. Come on. And none of our persons in civil society, none of the people who are responsible in our country are going to stand up and say anything? The Labour Party has successfully intimidated people to that extent. They've infiltrated our key institutions to the extent that they have silenced those institutions. And it's the members of those institutions that are allowing their leadership to do that unabatedly. Well, today is a classic example for all of us to wake up in this country. The Labour Party is in broad daylight, suppressing the country and the people of this country once again, all for what? To protect the victory.
Okay, so Mr. Shastri, the member for Kashmir South highlighted that you are not being a valuable opposition leader, and you basically applied to the police for a walk for democracy, where you could have been walking for the high cost of living, the high cost of gas prices, etc. Do you think that he was right on that point, or do you think that that's something that you will be doing later down the line?
No, the walk for democracy was the walk that people are not being represented. And it was for all those reasons. That we've been arguing that they have ignored the voice of the poor. That when there was an opportunity for them to do something to protect people from inflation, they have not. They've allowed the price of gas to remain past $17, even though a barrel of oil is now down to $70. They're proposing to do a 2.5% increase in taxes. We showed that when they were crying that they were making this huge sacrifice in subsidizing cooking gas and subsidizing gas, that in fact that they made even more money. They made $70 million more. We question. I'm happy that people had a great time at Jazz Festival. That's great. But at the end of the day, in terms of priorities, if you cannot get toilet paper at OKEU, if you cannot get medicine at OKEU, where are we going? So if he did not understand that the march was for democracy and the march was to hold them accountable as to how they're running the country, then I feel sorry for him. But we made that very clear, that this government has lost its way. Can I say it any clearer? I said this government has become a rogue government, that they're not interested in the plight of the people. We've said it repeatedly. They're interested in protecting the victory. We've spoken about the suppression. You put in a suppression act, but that tells you everything you want to do about the Labour Party. They're trying to suppress my voice. It's not me, Alan Chasney. I am the leader of the opposition. So you're trying to suppress the voices of 37,000 people? So I'm sorry that he doesn't understand that, but that tells me how clueless they are, that they're living in La La Land. He doesn't even understand what's taking place in the country. As a minister of tourism, I excuse him because he has no experience. But we left him a machinery that we had 12.5% growth and then 18.5% growth. They've stopped the construction. Tourism is on a decline. How is this country going to be rescued? We have deeper inflation problems taking place. I brought a basket of goods to show you what $170 would buy, because I know the Prime Minister said he doesn't go to the grocery store. So I wanted him to see for himself. I want him to take $500 to feed a family of 3 for an entire month. That's what I want. So that's total nonsense, and that's the typical style of the Labour Party, to put words in people's mouths that they never said. He said that I said I wasn't given the opportunity to apologize. Where did I say that? I can go through a litany of things, of words he wants to put in his mouth, in my mouth. Philip Pierre, how many times he told you? I was upset. I was angry. I was hurt because the people took me out. Where has that action been? I respect democracy in our country. I fully embraced my position as a leader of the opposition. And I try to represent it as the best possible way that I can. I'm not perfect, but I will do my best. So if he did not want to understand that that walk today also was about those issues, that's on him. And sorry to say, and all solutions need to wake up to this fact, it's only when thousands of people, because that's the numbers that they want to see, thousands of people need to come out. And this United Workers' Party is working on that, on such event. Every day we're getting people who want to become members of this party. Every day we're getting more and more people to volunteer. We have a huge event that's going to be taking place on Saturday to raise funds. It started off as 500 people. We have 1,500. And if we wanted to sell another 500 tickets, we would be able to. I can't wait for us to start announcing the candidates for United Workers' Party. I can't wait for us to start articulating our policies. And that will come. But right now, we're going to hold this government accountable. And we're going to do everything that we can to make sure they cannot continue to suppress the people of this country. It's a fundraising event. It's going to be taking place in Vieux-Fort at the DSH tent. We have tickets we're selling for $50, which includes a bingo card and dinner and a drink. We have auctions and stuff that we're going to be doing, but it's a huge opportunity for all of us to get together, to break bread, and to raise monies for the party. And I have to tell you, the level of enthusiasm that we're seeing for that party, for that event, I want to, thank the executive of the party, and I want to thank my wife for the incredible work that they're putting into this event, but the incredible enthusiasm. And again, where people are running away from doing events in the South, I want the people in the South to know United Workers' Party believes in the South. United Workers' Party believes that in order for us to succeed, the South must grow. And we cry every day. And yes, I cry. I cry every day when I see what's taking place in my constituency and in the South. But all the work we started, a NAP program, where is it? They closed it down. All the work that was taking place in the South, where is it? They've shut it down. The priorities, the cruise ship terminal, the DSH would sit there. All the developments in the South have gone, and everything now is being moved up to North. Well, I want the people in the South to know United Workers' Party is with them. And whether they voted for us in the last elections or not, developing the South is good for the country. I'm hoping that all of them now have come to that realization. That it's not the United Workers' Party that doesn't want and has an ambition for them. It's the Labour Party who does not have. They want them to stay the same way that they are. Live in a ghetto, be mendicant, and depend on calling a boss man. Can you get me this? And boss man, can you get me that? United Workers' Party is about putting money in your own pocket, allowing you to thrive, and allowing the country to thrive. And yes, I make no apologies for having an ambition for this country and knowing that St. Lucia could do much better than what it's doing. And it's time, I'm going to use the word, the solution say to hell with labor. Honestly, come and join the flabo trade. Your country needs you. Join the flabo trade. Okay. come with me? I'm going to go to Tim.
14 minutes.
Okay.
14 minutes.
You want to come?
15.
Pierre is talking about
Let's go to that.